Good evening. It's 7:30 p.m. Today is December 12th, Thursday. Welcome to Township of Chatham Township Committee meeting. Now I call this meeting to order. Greg, has the adequate notice been given?
Yes, adequate notice of this meeting of the Township Committee was given as required by the Open Public Meetings Act as follows. Notice was given to the Chatham Courier and the Morris County Daily Record on January 4th, 2019. Notice was posted on the bulletin board in the main hallway of the municipal building on January 4th, 2019. And notice was filed with the Township Clerk on January 4th, 2019.
Objection. Notice was
Thank you.
not given of the ordinance on the Fairmont Avenue sidewalks.
Okay. Now we're going to continue with the flag salute, and I will invite Megan Alperovitz to lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And before we get started, let's do the roll call first.
Mrs. Ness?
Here.
Mrs. Schwartz?
Here.
Mr. Ritter?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Kelly?
Here.
Mayor Slin?
Here. Thank you. And we all, in New Jersey, we all have been devastated with the event happened in Jersey City earlier this week. And I'd like to invite all of you to a moment of silence for all the officers have been involved, and rest in peace, Officer Seeley. Thank you. Now, we're going to approve the agenda, the next item, and on the agenda. And do I have a motion to approve the agenda as is?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. The agenda is the agenda. Perfect.
Mayor, before we get into the rest of the business of the evening, as it is both your and Mr. Ritter's last regular meeting on the Township Committee, if the two of you could please join me down here, we have something for you.
You have something?
It's not bad.
Can I trust Greg?
Not sure about the rest of these folks, but you can trust Greg.
Hey, Mr. Ritter, since you're closest, I have here a plaque for you. It says your name, the dates of your years on the Township Committee, your years as Deputy Mayor, and your years as Mayor, and it's given to you with our thanks for your service to the community. And
Great.
thank you. Mayor Slin, I have a similar plaque for you with your name, the dates of your time on the committee and your time as mayor. So thank you for your service to the township. And at this time, I believe Mrs. Schwartz has some remarks on behalf of Mr.
I
Ritter.
certainly do. Thank you, Greg. And more importantly, thank you, Kurt Ritter, Mayor Ritter. You have been such a great example of hard work and dedication to this community. It's been a privilege serving alongside Kurt Ritter for the last number of years, including serving as his deputy mayor during 2 years of his time here as mayor of Chatham Township. We have seen Kurt become an integral part of our community in many of the endeavors that he has taken up, two of which are so very notable: our Out of the Darkness campaign to raise awareness for the tragedy of suicide, particularly among our young people, but entire populations here in our nation and even here in our community. It's something that's been very near and dear to Kurt's heart, and for him to get such great numbers to turn out across the country, across the state, right here in our town, to raise awareness of suicide, which has impacted so many of us. And his Chatham Turkey Trot, the Thanksgiving Day event, the 5K that he's been spearheading for the last couple of years to raise money for our local charities, as well as diabetes, specifically our fire companies. These are just two of the really great things, the initiatives that Kurt has brought to our community. I know by stepping down from this dais, you're not stepping down from these endeavors, because I know that the causes for which you stand will continue to be close to your heart. As I said with another member of our township committee that I have held so dear in my tenure here, we will miss you here, but I will not miss your friendship, because I'll always have that. And I will not miss your wise counsel, because I will always have that too. And the community has benefited so much from having you at the helm for the years that you served as our mayor. And please, folks, know that you can continue to rely on Kurt Ritter for all of the things we have relied upon in the past: his intelligence, his communication skills, his ability to rally communities around things. So I'm grateful, and I speak on behalf of a grateful group of residents when I say thank you so much.
I also want to thank Kurt for what he has done for the town, and it's hard work, and 6 years, it's not easy, and thank you, Kurt, for everything. That's it.
And Deputy Mayor Kelly, I believe you had some comments on behalf of Mayor Slynn.
Thank you, Greg. Yes, again, congratulations, Kurt. Best of luck. Typhoon, it's been an honor to serve with you, and as your deputy mayor, I'm thinking back on all the meetings that we did this year with one or two people in the audience, and I can't help but be impressed with the turnout for your last meeting. I think what you will be remembered for is the welcoming style and approach that you gave to this job. The accessibility, your Saturday coffees at Dunkin' Donuts on a regular basis, all the people you met there, your support for volunteers. I think your attendance at a host of events, from July 4th parades, Veterans Day ceremonies, library events, the police department, fire department, EMS induction ceremonies. I think you set a high bar in terms of the presence and support and accessibility that you've given for the town. I think you've been a champion for Chatham Township. I think that you've again exceeded recent history in terms of going out and representing Chatham Township locally and in the region. I think the open channels that you developed with the mayors of Chatham Borough, with the mayor of Madison, and stretching across Morris County, I think has been exceptional. I think in terms of accomplishments, I think that what's going to last long after you step down is the fact that you presided this year during the transition from our longtime township administrator to our new township administrator. I think that's one of the bigger changes in a long time in this town, and you're to be congratulated for helping that go so smoothly. I think also under your tenure, the Environmental Commission stepped up and got a very positive response for going organic on the fields, so that we don't have the pesticides on the fields, and more recently, the plastic bag ordinance that the state is finally following suit and making progress on, but I think not until Chatham Township really put together a regional drive to make it happen in a number of towns right around here. So I wish you good luck in all your future endeavors, and thank you for all the service that you've given to the township.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it, and thank you, everyone. And thanks to all of my colleagues here. And I had the opportunity to be your mayor and work with very, very bright 5 people. You see 4 others here, but prior committee also, there's Kevin Sullivan. So I want to thank all of them, and we had a lot of debates, heated debates, and it's all good. We didn't agree on everything. Obviously, that's probably normal to everyone, but everyone here on this committee has one common thing in heart and in mind, which is the betterment of this town and serving you better. And you know, the arguments were about how we can do it. So that's what the arguments were, and you know, that's going to continue. And I am 100% sure the upcoming committee will do the same. And bright people, and they will have only one thing in their mind, I'm sure. That's the betterment and good of this town. Because we live in Chatham Township. We live here because we love here. And we want to live here because we're going to keep loving here. We're going to keep this community better and better and better. So thank you, and it's been an honor to be your mayor. It's been an honor to be your mayor. Now, we're going to continue. All right, we have resolutions, and on the agenda, next item is Resolution 2019-2016, accepting grant from Chatham Athletic Foundation. Greg, you want to read the heading of the resolution? Sorry to put you on the spot. I can do that. So.
It's a resolution of the Township Committee of the Township of Chatham authorizing the acceptance of a grant for $100,000 from the Chatham Athletic Foundation. And I believe we have some representatives from the Athletic Foundation here with us tonight.
Okay. All right, so we are going to accept this grant, obviously. So we're not rejecting it. We're taking the money. And you want to talk about the grant? Is that what?
Well, Mr. Mayor, if I may, could we have a motion?
We
and a
yeah, definitely. Then we'll do this.
I move that we
Discussion.
accept this grant. Thank you.
All right, so anyone second it? Second. Okay, and then committee discussion. And anyone would like to make any comments on this?
I actually would. In my years of raising my kids here, we moved here in 1990, and as soon as our kids were old enough to get around a soccer field, they've been part of the athletic scene here in Chatham. They've both played varsity sports for the high school. We owe so much to the Chatham Athletic Foundation because of all of the wonderful facilities that you've had over the years. The dedication you've had to youth sports has been so noble and wonderful. Moving forward to the improvements on Nash Field, I will never forget a time, perhaps 10 years ago or more, where I was there with actually some moms of older kids watching a baseball game, and it was a beautiful summer night and the lights were on, and there were the moths around the lights and baseball games going on both fields. And a mom of a departed Chatham youth, sadly, which is all too common here in our town, looked around and she said, "This is my favorite place in the world." And she said that regarding Nashfield, our little Nashfield. And I think of the wonderful times that we have had there, bringing teams in from other towns and having our tournaments, invitational tournaments there. So the improvements that you've done, or that you have contributed to going forward at Nash, are going to be enjoyed by generation to come. And thank you so much. Thanks for all you've done for Chatham sports, but for this particular grant, it strikes home with me. It's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the committee?
I would love to say it's good to see you guys. We go back a long way. This originally started, for those of you who don't know, with the Chatham Athletic Foundation as a partnership where these gentlemen came together and said, we need to do something about the fields in town. And they put together a program that was a shared program, sharing in costs between the township, the borough, and the citizens, and fundraised and pushed this through and got Lumfield turfed, got Shunpike done, with the multi-sport field there and the whole circle, and sold the bricks, and we did fundraisers back in the day and auctions, and it was a wonderful time and a wonderful process and a very thoughtful process that residents came together with a solution and looked to provide that solution to the township and to the borough in furtherance of sports for K-8. So these guys have been doing this for a long time, and I greatly appreciate it. I'm sorry we're not going to be around anymore to do any more fundraisers, but we certainly had our due. So thank you very much for continuing to think of the township and for providing this grant in $100,000. It's deeply appreciated.
Anyone else? Yes, please.
I would just like to say thank you. I can't say it better than it has been said. I played on those fields back in the 1960s, and it has come a long, long way. So I'll offer that as my personal observation and just say thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I just echo the
Yes,
comments. I appreciate all the work that you guys have done, the men and women of the Chatham Athletic Foundation. This is a great example of how citizens can come together. When they see there's an issue, they raise funds, they get together and solve the problem. And I'm sorry to see that it's going away, it's ceasing. I always enjoyed the parties down at the gazebo. I was hoping we might have another one just to kick off and say goodbye, a farewell party as it were. But commend you all, past and present, for your efforts on behalf of Chatham Township and the borough. Again, a great example of what citizens and residents can do as they come together to solve problems for the community. So thank you very much.
Okay, and I also want to thank you, as everyone has. And just so everyone knows, it's $100,000. That's a lot of money.
Very generous.
And very generous, and we're very grateful for you guys. And thank you, and let's do the ceremony.
And they actually wrote a check.
Is that right?
You want to vote on the resolution?
We see the check first? Is that a real check? It's in the car. Okay, we come down and maybe we'll have.
Just gonna check and make sure that it's there, you know. Not just a photo op.
All right, hold up the resolution and the check. Wonderful. Great, thank you. Thank you.
Do you guys want to say anything?
We still have work to do.
All right, I'll make this quick. I just want to thank all the past committees and also the past borough councils that supported the foundation over the years, and especially all the citizens of both towns and the companies within the towns for the amount of money that we raised and we were able to distribute. I think the number is $1.2 million since 2005 is when we started. Oddly enough, the conversation started at a holiday party at Bob's house, and it went on from there, and we incorporated 2005, and it was a really fun time, and it was one of the best things I've ever been associated with. And to see what we've done with the help of both towns, it's been really fantastic. And it doesn't happen without the people that are here, the current residents and the past residents and the committees and councils. That's it.
Thank you again. Let's move on, and let's do the vote. And roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Ness?
Yes, and thank you very much again.
Mrs. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Ritter?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Slid?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, the next item is the reports that we're going to have the reports from the committee members and the administrator and our folks here. Let's start with Kurt. Do you have any reports?
As it is my last meeting, as I said, it's a bit bittersweet. Those of you who know me, I can tend to speak a lot when certain things occur, and tonight was going to be one of those nights where I was going to provide a 15-minute speech recapping all the great things we accomplished as a committee over the past 6 years, but I understand that we're not here tonight to recollect on what was, but what is going to be the future of Chatham Township. So I'll say that for a letter to the editor, but I just want to say it's bittersweet. It's been a tremendous joy at times and a privilege to serve the residents of Chatham Township. There have been highs, there have been lows, but more highs than lows. And seeing you all out here tonight for a very important issue facing Chatham Township, it's great. I hope that in the future, whether it's an issue that's dear to your heart or not, you do participate in your Chatham government one way or another. Consider running for office. Consider getting involved in one of our various committees in the township itself. Look, we just celebrated the success of the Chatham Athletic Foundation. If there's an organization you want to create, it can be done, as I've shown with the Chatham Turkey Trot. We just held our 11th annual Turkey Trot, more than $30,000 raised, over 1,000 people participating in the 1-mile fun run and 5K race, raising funds for the fire department and diabetes research and education. So I encourage you all, regardless of where you are in life, young, old, working at home, either or, get involved in your community, and thank you. It's been a pleasure, so appreciate it.
Thank you. Karen?
Yes, thank you. I do have just a couple of items to note. I received a neat email today from the Madison Chatham Coalition for Healthy Communities, an organization primarily dealing with raising awareness for substance abuse in our combined communities, Madison Borough, Chatham Borough, and our own Chatham Township. They're starting a series of podcasts brought to us by some various experts, really wanting to get the conversation going, not just among lay people, but also among professionals, medical professionals, psychological professionals, etc. So I don't have the website. I thought I brought the email with me. It is the Madison Chatham Coalition. They have a Facebook page. They've posted about the podcast on their Facebook page. I did that on my personal Karen for Chatham Facebook page as well. If it interests you, if you want to download the podcast and listen to it on the train after you've done so, listen when you're going through the aisles at ShopRite, whatever it is, they're important conversations, and these are professionals who are chiming in on these discussions. So that is the Madison Chatham Coalition for Healthy Communities. Additionally, I know over the last many months, we've had a lot of controversy about JCP&L removing trees in the power lines. This past storm that hit us over a week ago left some 100,000 customers across northern New Jersey without power. At one point in time, I received a flash notice from JCP&L that 700 Chatham Township residents were without power. That outage lasted minutes, if not, less than an hour. By the time they actually got the notice out. 5 hours. 5 hours. Thank you. For those of you who did without it, I appreciate that. There were people throughout northern New Jersey without power for days. At one point in time, I got a note that Chatham Township had 2 power outages. That was after the 5 hours. In any case, thank you for your patience in that regard, but a lot of the tree trimming that we were very, very unnerved by during the summer, I think, was something that kept us from having much more serious problems. I know we will probably not get over it for a while, but I do wish to at least thank JCP&L a little bit for getting out ahead of the downed wire issue that we had. And that's all I've got.
Thank you, Karen. Tracy?
The Environmental Commission met. They're planning for their sustainable silver certification that's coming up in 2020 and 2021. They've set the work day for Earth Day in April, we're going to be doing the seedling giveaway. It was a tremendously successful event, giving away over 1,000 seedling trees, helping to bring back some of the trees that we're losing, hopefully. And we also had Jessica Romeo from our Environmental Commission, who steered a North Sustainable Jersey Coalition regarding limiting the use of plastic bags, and she was invited by ANJAC down to the state legislature to testify. We'll see what happens with the bill that's before New Jersey, but it's exciting to have that type of recognition and to be asked to present on behalf of ANJAC. The last thing is Rolling Knolls. We haven't had a Rolling Knolls update. For those of you who don't know, Rolling Knolls is a Superfund site located out in Green Village in Chatham. It has gone through a series of presentations, and there's ultimately going to be a remedy for the site that's going to be discussed. I've been participating in this for about 3 years now, and right now it's at the EPA and the U.S. Fish and Game, or U.S. Fish and Wildlife level, because one has one set of standards for a cleanup, and the Fish and Wildlife Association has another set of standards for the cleanup, and they're duking it out at a much higher level at this point. So hopefully we'll be back in 2020 with some sort of resolution with that, and a remedy that can be discussed with those residents who are interested.
Great, thank you,
That's it for
Tracy.
me.
Greg, do you have anything? John Rushke, do you have anything? No report? Okay, so I will go to you. I don't have any report as well. I also want to one more time thank everyone, and it's been a great experience and honor. And now I'm going to go to Deputy Mayor, because I know he has a very comprehensive report to give.
Well, first, if I may, Mayor, 2 quick items. As you probably know, the Township Committee acts as a group of 5, but each of us has assignments and a liaison responsibilities to different functions within the township. That's what the reports reflect. And I would just like to take advantage of the audience that's here tonight to call attention to an item that we have posted on our website asking for volunteers. I think everybody here by definition is involved, wants to be productive in the town and contribute to it. And we are coming up to that time of year where we replenish all of our boards and commissions, filling vacancies. And it looks like we'll have vacancies in the following boards and committees. And if you have a skill or an interest, we certainly would welcome your contacting us. Board of Health, Zoning Board, the Library Board of Trustees, the Open Space Committee, the Colony Pool Committee, the Community Garden, and the Municipal Alliance, including their coordinator. So if you have interest in any of those areas, we certainly reach out. On the website is my email and Tracy's email because of the communications liaison responsibilities that we have. And as a second item, as we get into the main topic of the night here, I just wanted to repeat the invitation that there will be a coffee with committee members on Saturday at 10:30 in the morning. So if there's anybody here who ends the evening with unanswered questions, or if there's anybody who's watching on TV who would like to pursue and ask questions, get information, we will have committee members here on Saturday at 10:30, and everybody's invited to discuss whatever topic they want. And with that, I guess I'd like to segue into another one of my liaison responsibilities this year has been affordable housing. And wearing that hat, I'd just like to make some comments to kind of set the stage for tonight's agenda, and really point out, maybe to begin with, that tonight's agenda has no action on the agenda regarding this site. We heard the feedback from the audience at our last meeting, And we responded and said that we would look further into the details and answer questions. So just know up front that nothing that we're doing tonight on the agenda pertains to moving forward with this particular site. So you can set your minds at rest on that. But with that being said, let me just set the stage with these comments. At our last meeting on November 26th, the Township Committee stated that we would reevaluate potential affordable housing sites and strategies, and we would ask the Superior Court for an extension to give us more time to reach the best decision on how to meet the Township's affordable housing obligation. A lot of positive actions have taken place since that November 26th meeting. First, I want to give a very brief recap of what the Township's affordable housing obligation is, and then we can cover the actions that have been taken in the past 3 weeks so that everyone has the most recent information. First, what is the Township's affordable obligation? Chatham Township started the negotiation process approximately 5 years ago with a demand from Fair Share Housing Center that we provide 647 units of affordable housing. The Township Committee, joined with a consortium of the other towns, hired a planning consultant and successfully cut that number almost in half, down to 387 units. Township representatives then met numerous times with the former court-appointed special master who advises the judge, and took him on a tour of the township, and he and the Superior Court judge agreed to reduce our obligation again to a realistic development potential of 200 units, with the remainder classified as unmet need. That agreement was approved by the Township Committee at a public meeting on December 13th, 2018, and was approved by the Superior Court on February 22nd, 2019. That settlement has been posted on the Township website for the past year. Also posted on the website are lists of frequently asked questions, which are helpful in understanding the settlement and the affordable housing process. The Township satisfied half of its 200 realistic development obligation with a regional financial contribution to Newark under a program which no longer exists, and by extending the affordability controls for 72 units, existing units of affordable apartments at the Vernon Grove in Chatham Glen. We satisfied an additional 24 units of the Township's obligation when the builders of the Dixie-Dale townhomes agreed to design, construct, and manage what will be called Arbor Green at Chatham, located on the Police Department and Skate Park site. And now we are working to satisfy the final 74 units of the Township's obligation. So where are we now? The Township will be formally asking the Superior Court next week on Tuesday, December 17th, for an extension to select the best site or sites. And meanwhile, the Township Administrator, Township Attorney, and our professional planner have all communicated with the court and with Fair Share Housing Center to let them know that we will be asking for more time and the reasons why. The Township has been taking a variety of steps to support that request and to demonstrate our good faith to the judge. The Township Administrator and the Township Engineer have been working since October to arrange a meeting with the Department of Environmental Protection, and that meeting has been scheduled for next week. And the purpose is to file for a wetlands transition waiver at the skate park site. If granted, this waiver will increase the buildable area at the skate park site. In addition, Township officials have spoken with an architect and are awaiting a proposal for cost estimates on 4 options. Number 1, provide an update of the 2008 report on what it would cost in 2020 dollars to update and repair the municipal building here at 58 Myersville Road. Number 2, provide a cost estimate to renovate the current police department building to bring it up to 2020 Department of Correction standards. This would include the addition of a sally port and 4 or 6 holding cells. Number 3, provide a cost estimate to relocate the police department operations to a renovated municipal building here at 58 Myersville Road. And number 4, provide a cost estimate to construct a new combined municipal and police building at a location between the current police building and the Department of Public Works. The Township also is hiring an appraiser to give an accurate value for a property for sale on River Road near the Chatham Township Fire Department headquarters, as well as other potential sites. Tonight's agenda includes a number of items that will show the township is moving forward on portions of our settlement intended to further strengthen our request to the court for an extended deadline to select a site or sites. Those agenda items include, number one, we will hold a public hearing on the Fairmount Commons overlay ordinance. This overlay will allow the owners of the Fairmount Commons, if they ever so choose, to redevelop their property at 466 Southern Boulevard with approximately 36 units of multifamily housing, of which approximately 7 units would be affordable. An overlay zone is a required part of most affordable housing settlements, and those units go toward a municipality's unmet need. Number two on tonight's agenda, we will hold a public hearing followed by a vote on the payment in lieu of taxes ordinance for Arbor Green. Such a pilot, as it is called, is a standard part of any 100% municipally sponsored affordable housing development, and it is part of our township settlement. And number three, we will hold a public hearing on our development fee ordinance. This fee will not add any expense to a small or medium-sized renovation. It will add a 1.5% fee on the increased assessed value of any new home, any home that is knocked down and rebuilt, and any addition that either increases a home's assessed value by more than 50% or increases its size by more than 2,500 square feet. These fees will go directly into an affordable housing trust fund to offset affordable housing expenses. If the Township Committee does not adopt a development fee, then all expenses associated with affordable housing would be paid through property taxes by everyone. While we will be holding a public hearings on all three of these ordinances on tonight's agenda, we will be voting only on the pilot ordinance. The overlay zone ordinance and the development fee ordinance must first be reviewed by the planning board, which will meet on Monday, December 16th. The Township Committee will hold a special meeting next Thursday, December 19th, starting at 7:30 p.m. for the purpose of considering the planning board's review and voting on these remaining two ordinances. Formal notice will be given on the continuation of tonight's public hearings and the scheduling of the special meeting. Also on Monday, the planning board is expected to memorialize the board's October 21st approval of the Dixie-Dale townhouses and the Arbor Green at Chatham affordable housing. There is one more affordable housing item on tonight's agenda, and that is the resolution authorizing the township attorney to ask the Superior Court for an extension. The resolution asked for an extension through May, but realistically, we will need to select a site or sites before the end of February to get a final order of compliance from the Superior Court in May. So that is the timeline that we're working under. Why are we doing this? Some members of the community believe that the township should do nothing further to meet our affordable housing obligation. This option has been discussed repeatedly in executive session, and the majority of this township committee and the majority of every township committee over the past 5 years has rejected that walk-away option as a serious mistake. It was only our settlement in December of 2018 that lifted a lawsuit filed by Fair Share Housing Center against the township and against the builders of the Dixie-Dale townhomes. If the township walks away from its settlement, Fair Share Housing Center may seek to reopen that lawsuit, which sought to replace Dixie-Dale's 53 townhomes, which we approved, with more than 300 apartments and 550 affordable units. The potential impact would not be just at Dixie-Dale. If the township walks away from its settlement, we will lose our immunity from builders' remedy lawsuits. This could open up the township to multifamily redevelopment without regard to our zoning, density, and building height restrictions, as long as the builder included 15 to 20% affordable units. Many towns are struggling with their affordable housing settlements, A solution will not be easy because the township's affordable housing obligation will not go away, and neither will the costs to substantially renovate and repair this municipal building and the police headquarters. I want to thank you all for coming here tonight to participate in these discussions on these complicated issues. And please know that the Township Committee and our professional staff will listen to all of your concerns as the township looks to find the best solution for this complicated issue. Thank you.
Okay, great, great. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have just a brief report. I wanted to thank Committee Member Ritter for his service to Chatham Township, and I want to thank him for the assistance that he's provided to me this past year, helping to get me on board. And I truly appreciate his wry sense of humor, and I will miss that. Mayor, I also want to thank you for your service to the township and your assistance this year, and for all of the hard work that you've done to help with different items that have come along. And I wanted to let our residents know that the Chatham Athletic Foundation are a fine group of people. They have worked well this year. They have helped with some difficult issues related to Nash Field and to some other issues related to our recreational assets. And they are just a spectacular group of people, and we really should give them a round of applause for all the things that they've done. So I'd ask you to join me in a round of applause for the Chatham Athletic Foundation. And thank you, Mayor. That's my report.
Thank you. And just want to let everyone know, there are like 5 seats, empty seats. If anyone would like to come sit, there are, available seats. So, Albert?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My report basically follows Deputy Mayor Kelly's explanation of the status of this matter. What I'd like to do is just briefly explain the resolution that is before you tonight. The resolution is broken down into several parts. The first part of the resolution is a narrative of the status of the affordable housing obligation, similar to what the Deputy Mayor explained. The second part of the resolution explains the actions that the Township Committee has already taken with respect to ordinances and resolutions implementing the settlement agreement of December 13, 2018, and actions that remain to be taken, including the items that were discussed as being on tonight's agenda. The third part of the resolution addresses the public comments that were received on November 14th and November 26th. And the last portion is a section dealing with the request for the extension. And the request for the extension lists certain milestone anticipated dates for Township Committee action, beginning with, as the Deputy Mayor said, December 19, 2019, to consider a vote on the development fee ordinance and the Fairmont Commons ordinance. While there are several milestones, I do want to just highlight a few of them. One of them being that February 13th, the Township Committee will consider a presentation on updated financial analysis for the municipal building and police department, and designation of municipal building or designation of a new site or sites for affordable housing. That will be a presentation on February 13th. On February 27th, the Township Committee will have on its agenda a decision regarding designation of the affordable housing site. The other items are actions that follow those Township Committee actions, ending with the scheduling of the compliance hearing during the week of March 30th. That's just for scheduling it, and then the actual compliance hearing during the week of May 11th. This schedule is a proposed schedule that will be presented to the judge, but should be formalized and in a form of a resolution, so the judge understands that the Township Committee has reviewed the proposed extension dates. In addition,
Okay, closer.
in addition to the schedule, The resolution does confirm that the Township Committee reaffirms the terms and conditions of the settlement agreement. So that is the sum and substance of the resolution, closely following the Deputy Mayor's comments. And that will be up for consideration after the public hearing. And as the Deputy Mayor said, on tonight's agenda, there is no formal action regarding this building.
Okay, great, thank you. And is the mic on? It's up, on, right? Okay. Really close to, okay. All right, so, great. Any other, we're all done with the reports. Now we're moving on to hearing of citizens and petitions. And this is an opportunity for any member of the public to be heard about issues which are not topics scheduled for public hearings tonight. To help facilitate an orderly meeting and to permit all to be heard, speakers will be limited to 5 minutes. I would like to make sure everyone who wants to speak can speak, so please, please, please stay within the 5 minutes. If everyone speaks, you remember something else, you can still have an opportunity, but everyone needs to speak first. So, one more thing, when you make comments, there are 4 ordinances, and as I said, as everyone said here, that there will be public hearing sessions for each. So you can speak anything else other than these ordinances, because these ordinances will have time for you to speak about. All right, so now we're going to first hear from Megan Alperowitz. And please introduce yourself, which I did, and your address.
Good evening. My name is Megan Alperowitz, and I am a junior at Chatham High School. I live on Shumpike Road, right across from Cougar Field, and I'm working on my Girl Scout Gold Award. Can everyone hear me? Cool? Okay. I'm here tonight seeking your support and approval to turn a section of Shumpike into a school zone so students can cross more safely. The main issue revolves around high school students who use Cougar Field for various sports practices and games. They walk from the high school to the field. Almost all of them cut through the woods off Pine Street and cross at a dangerous intersection where cars have a hard time seeing them because they're not expecting them. Even on the rare occurrence when students use the legal crosswalk at Pine and Shumpike, I've seen cars that don't stop for students to cross safely. For 3 weeks, I watched and counted up to 80 students crossing the street, with many cars and trucks passing students, not slowing down, and even honking their horns. The manual on uniform traffic control devices for streets and highways defines a school zone as a designated roadway segment approaching, adjacent to, or beyond school buildings or school grounds where school-related activities occur. As you know, Shumpike has a speed limit of 35 miles per hour, but it's clear, since it's a county road, that cars tend to go beyond the speed limit, which causes a very, very large problem. In 2017, a study was showed that 11,537 cars drove between Noe and Lafayette every single day. In addition, a study by the National Cooperative Highway Research Program found that pedestrians struck by cars traveling at 40 miles per hour only have a 15% chance of survival. That same study showed pedestrians had a 95% chance of survival when struck by a car going at 20 miles per hour. This is a big risk because the students' lives is on the line every time they cross this busy road. My proposal is to install flashing signage on Shumpike between Rose Street and Driftway to indicate students are present and to be active during any time that the field is in use, especially during games, practices, or events. Over the course of the time I've done in this project, I've received a lot of support, including 650 signatures from concerned students and parents. And the Chatham Board of Education also signed a letter of support. I've also met with the Safe Routes School Committee, football and freshman teams at my school, as well as the assistant principal. Chatham Township police officers such as Michael Sawyer and Scott Herchuk, and Township Administrator Bob Hoffman was nice enough to come to my house to witness this issue for himself. I'm here tonight to ask the Township Committee moves forward in creating an ordinance to make this area of Shumpike an official school zone. Further, I'd like to see the steps taken to purchase and install flashing signage to slow down traffic when the field is being used for school-related activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Thank you for your comments, and I'm all for it, unless this is my last meeting, so.
Megan, I would like to personally applaud you for all the work that you've done to get people on board, to make people more aware of the hazard of crossing the street by Cougar Field. As in addition to the work that Mr. Hoffman did and you did, I was in touch with the county administrator as well as the county engineer on the matter for Chatham Township to designate this area by Cougar Field as a school zone. Really requests just a formal letter on our part, so we will discuss that. When I was younger, there were signs that said 25 miles an hour when children are present. I didn't grow up here. I grew up in nearby Summit, New Jersey. So those, that signage was there at parks because, you know, when you designate it for a school zone specifically or kids going to practice, sometimes, you know, you think, oh, the problem is when there's an event there. But frankly, with a facility like Cougar Field, there's always kids there. There's always students. They're going to practice. They're going to use the weight facilities. They're going to, you know, who knows, maybe just use it for exercise. And frankly, that's my neighborhood too. And when I try and cross Shunpike, I'm wondering whether cars are going to observe the law that says you must yield to pedestrians in the crosswalk. You know as well as I do that they seldom do, if ever. So this is something that we are definitely going to pursue on your behalf. There's no higher calling than the safety of our citizens. And so we are going to work on whether to designate this a school zone. I think the idea of a flashing sign during events might not even be the solution because we all know that when people are in and out of that parking lot, that's a traffic calming measure in and of itself.
Yeah.
Right? So you get so much backup and you live on that road. You get so much backup when there's a football game or when there's a series of youth football games or so on. People can't speed because they're stuck there.
Yeah.
But it's when there's not an event that really concerns us. So we are all going to look into it. I think we're all on board when it comes to the safety of our pedestrians. So thank you for all the work you did. Thanks for the courage that it takes to come here.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, if I could,
Sure.
I wanted to echo Committeewoman Schwartz's comments, but I wanted to thank Megan for doing this. Megan saw a problem, and this was not a problem that directly affected her. She looked at a problem that affected her friends, other students, and students that she doesn't know. And she looked and she said that there's an issue here, and we need to help solve a potential problem before a tragedy happens. And then she also took a bigger view. She said this is not just about high school students, but this is about moving traffic from point A to point B. So she said, how do we make this work so that we don't have traffic jams all of the time and we don't have issues because of the slower speed limit when school's not in session. So Megan is very mature. She took the short-term and the long-term view, and it does take a lot of it takes a lot of courage to come here, but it took a lot of courage for her to start this process and then to do all of the research. So she really does deserve recognition and applause for what she's done. And this is going to be something that will be successful, and people will be safe because of her efforts. So
That's great.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Megan. Okay, please introduce yourself.
Jane Devlin, River Road, Chatham Township. Am I allowed to not weigh in about opinions about affordable housing, but am I able to make a general comment?
You can.
Thank
within-
you.
Within the 5 minutes.
Okay. So I just wanted to say, please, regardless of what side of the affordable housing issue one is on, for or against, or where one feels is the best locale for the housing to be built, I would urge all speakers' commentary, whether it be tonight or in future public hearings, to be peppered with compassion and thoughtful, kind words. Those people is not a synonym for new neighbor. They, them are not nouns to describe lower socioeconomic folks, less blessed or privileged like us. And if you don't want affordable housing built on a street near you or in your neighborhood, regardless of where that neighborhood is, I'm not talking about a particular neighborhood, then please be forthright as to the reasons why. To say we shouldn't put affordable housing, for example, on the Myersville site because the occupants won't be able to get to ShopRite or other stores seems disingenuous. If anyone is really concerned about transportation for the affordable housing neighbors or how they will get to ShopRite, then let's do the neighborly thing and offer to drive them or form carpooling. Also, to say we must be wary or leery of who will be moving in to affordable housing, regardless of where it is or how many units, because they will be drug addicts, strippers, welfare recipients, shows a lack of knowledge about affordable housing applicants and the vetting process, and it demonstrates prejudgment. Prejudgment is prejudice. So let us not put on our lawn signs, let us not dot signs on our lawns that say hate is not welcome here, but then not act in charity, benevolence, or fraternalism. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Hi, I have some questions.
Please introduce yourself.
I'm Ashley Felice, I'm at 20 Candace. For one, are you rescinding the decision that you made on November 14th? Is there any formal, is that what you're doing with the resolution?
What we are doing is we're asking court to give us an extension.
But are you formally rescinding, since you already formally voted on that, I'm just asking.
That is not the resolution, but
Correct. What this does is it says that based upon the questions that were raised by the public, information is going to be brought back to the Township Committee, and on that date that I said at the end of February, the Township Committee will receive that information, and then on February 13th, that presentation would be made, and then on February 27th, then there will be a decision made at that time. So it's not rescinded, but there will be a reconsideration at that time.
Okay, so that decision is standing, right, as of now?
Subject to reconsideration based upon the information that is received going forward.
Okay. And why do we need a formal resolution to go to the court? Like, I know you've been speaking with the judge for months, years, and you keeping him updated, and I'm sure with the Fair Share Housing Board. Why do we need a formal resolution?
Because our deadlines to implement the settlement agreement have passed.
Uh-huh.
They passed, the deadline was in the middle of July 22nd. That deadline has passed. We've been getting extensions. The township has gotten extensions since then. And I believe it's important to present to the judge a whole series of what has transpired and the events that are here, and ask for a more formal extension with
So you think
time
it'll
deadlines.
more convince the judge and so forth?
Correct.
Okay. And then I wanted to I had some questions about the developer's fee ordinance. Is that allowed now?
that will be
That's
time
tabled?
for that. You will have an
No,
opportunity.
Okay.
it's not tabled. but there's a separate public hearing on that later during the meeting.
Okay, and then, so is there a specific law that requires us to build these units?
Well, municipalities have a constitutional obligation to provide mechanisms for affordable housing. Part of the settlement agreement was that the township chose one of the many options to build or to provide those options. It could have provided for inclusionary zoning, which means a greater number of units with market units with a percentage being set aside for affordable, and there are other mechanisms that are described and that the township has taken advantage. For example, the township extended the affordability controls at 72 units at Vernon Grove condominium. Vernon Grove condominium is a for-sale development that was built in 1986 or so. As an affordable housing development, the affordability controls expired in 2016. They were extended, and the township was able to reach an agreement with the Vernon Grove Condominium Association to extend those controls for another 30 years, with the township making a payment each year to assist the condominium with their capital budget. And that is one of the things for which a development fee ordinance could be used to reimburse the town for those expenses. So there are many mechanisms. The township chose two municipally sponsored 100% family rentals. One is the Arbor Green at Chatham, which has been discussed, and then a second at site or sites to be determined. When you have 100% municipal development, that means that the market units are not built.
Right.
Okay, so you do not have the added increase in population, the added number of children, the added traffic, the added expenses that would be associated with those market units.
Okay, and,
Albert, can you talk directly into the microphone?
Yes,
just
I
for the people in the
apologize,
back?
I want to be able to see you, and I'm not talking.
I know it was mentioned, I believe by Mr. Kelly, that they're concerned with Dixie Dale, and that since you have your agreement right now and that's been settled and decided and everything, what is holding that up? Why haven't we broken ground on that yet?
Well, I think one of the planning board members could address that, Deputy Mayor Kelly or Committee Member Swartz. It hasn't been held up, and I'll let them, it's gone through the planning process, which is the normal course of events. Just like a planning process would go forth with any site that is selected, Dixie Dale and Arbor Green went through that process.
But I know, like, at the last planning board meeting, someone had asked, like, what's holding this up? Why aren't we going forward with this? What's
Well,
the
it's
deal?
not really a holdup. When a development comes before the planning board, they have plans up to a certain stage. Conceptual plans, they have architectural drawings, but they don't have the actual engineering documents that are needed to actually build the buildings. So once they get approval, and that approval will be memorialized on this coming Monday, so it hasn't been held up at all.
Okay, so Monday is when
Monday is the final, the memorialization of the approval that was given last month.
Okay, so once that's finally approved on Monday, then
Then they have to start doing the design work to actually
geez.
get designs that they can build from,
Uh-huh.
which may take, the better part of a year. I don't know how long it will take, but it will be a significant amount of time before they break ground.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Michael Oyen, 3 Hillcrest Avenue, Chatham Township. And I'd like to start by thanking the committee for requesting a continuation and allowing a more open planning process, or at least at the last meeting, it was said we would have a open planning process. I'd also like to thank Mike Kelly for making himself available in his Saturday morning meetings to to help discuss alternatives. He was very patient in explaining problems associated with various candidate sites we discussed. And I had hoped to propose the establishment of an affordable housing advisory group to facilitate involvement in the development of a multi-site plan which would be acceptable to all interested parties, a group that hopefully would have involved the participation of people from Rolling Hills as well as other interested parties. However, the schedule we heard was that by February 13th, it's my understanding, you pretty well have chosen your site, are going to have a hearing, and then 2 weeks later, inform the court of what that decision is? Is that the schedule?
No, the schedule is on February 13th, the township staff will make a presentation on the findings that and the additional information, updated information that has been requested by the Township Committee. So that will be presented on February 13th. On February 27th, then the Township Committee will review that material and come to a designation of a site or sites.
Okay, where is the opportunity for public involvement in that process?
This settlement, as has been stated, has been on the website since December of last year. And we are at a point where, like any type of development or any type of application, there's a certain amount of work that's done by the staff, and those findings are presented to the Township Committee. So that is what the resolution provides for: updated information, additional information. And I know that, while I don't want to speak for Mr. Hoffman, he is willing to speak with any resident at any time to hear your concerns and address your questions.
Okay, so aside from the Saturday morning get-togethers with the Township Committee members and coming to Mr. Hoffman directly, there's no opportunity for public involvement. That's what you don't have. You talked about potentially setting up an advisory committee. I understand that presents some difficulties. But if we were to form a group of people who got together and tried to develop alternative plans to suggest to the township, it doesn't appear there's much opportunity to do that.
If I may, Mayor?
Yes, please.
You know, we will be having a series of Township Committee meetings between now and then, and certainly there's a public hearing at each of those meetings. We will have a number of planning board meetings as well, where starting with Monday, where there'll be public comment will be welcome.
Okay.
You know, we will be hearing those reports on that February 13th date, and that will be at a public meeting. And I think that we'll certainly have a lot of comment at that time.
Okay.
I expect a lot of comment at that February 27th meeting. You know, that is the calendar that we are setting at this time.
And I suggest keep sending emails, and if you have ideas of someone else, those emails,
Yes,
they
well,
work, because
it's somewhat
we read them and we discuss those, and it's not like we're getting emails and going anywhere. So
I just say that this compressed schedule is somewhat disappointing, but that's, well, I guess we'll have to
I
live
could say
with.
something, Mike. I mean, I think you make a very good point. I know earlier this year, the mayor had proposed a technology subcommittee. Right? I mean, I know this issue is a little bit more significant than the technology concerns of the township. So it might be something that this committee should consider, or certainly the committee next year should consider, if we truly want to get the residents involved in part of this, rather than just sending emails and attending Saturday meetings. Perhaps you could create a subcommittee for residents.
That's great, but it's not going to affect this issue as I understand it.
Maybe it could.
Well, good. I hope you would champion that. Okay.
It's my last meeting.
Okay.
I'll join you on the other side of the aisle soon enough.
And one of the other issues that I had put on my handout was the opening up of possibilities of utilizing properties that are encumbered by green acres or conservation easements. I don't see, if we don't open up those possibilities, put them on the table, how it's possible to have a multi-site plan. I mean, the only readily available property for immediate development, as said in the agreement, is the River Road site, which is, steep slopes, highly problematic, and there are reasons I understand why you don't want to develop that. But that's it. I mean, really. So if you don't open other possibilities by removing the encumbrance of green acres or wetlands designations, I don't see how it's possible to even formulate a reasonable multi-site plan. I think people should be aware of that. But if people want to come up to me after the meeting and nonetheless tell me they're interested in participating in what I had hoped to be a group that could help formulate a plan, please do so after the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Cruz? Mr. Cruz, would now be a good time, or would it be appropriate to wait for later to discuss the matter of areas of our community which have been purchased with open space, green acres funding, et cetera? Because I know this has come up in a lot of the emails that we have received from our residents regarding repurposing acreage that has been purchased for township open space. We so prize our open space and the perpetual designation of that as not developable property.
I think we should hear the public first, then we can discuss that.
That's what I was going to suggest,
Okay,
Madam.
but I do think it's very important that we bring this out because it has been brought to the front by a lot of our residents.
I was going to suggest this is a public comment period, and the committee should hear public comment, and
not
at the end, I will,
councilors'
and at the end, I will address that.
Thank you, Councilor.
Next person, please, Jeanette.
Okay. Hello, my name is Jeanette Reed, and I live at 10 Scenery Hill Drive. And on a lighter note, I'm here to say thank you. I'm here to thank you very much for resolving the issue that we had with the builder at 12 Scenery Hill Drive, NCN, and thank you, Mayor. The mayor had stopped by. We had done mediation with Mr. Cruz and Mr. Rutschke, and thank you so much. The problem has been resolved, and I'm happy to say that we didn't have to go down a legal road. We were able to resolve it together. And I just wanted to say thank you very much for helping us come to a positive conclusion. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Good evening. My name is Paul Payton. I'm at 67 Candace Lane. And first things first, I'd like to thank the Township Committee for its service, particularly the retiring members. I got run for Township Committee about 10 years ago, and I have some idea what you guys do, but only some. I don't have that kind of stamina. Thank you for having it. Very much appreciated. I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm sort of I'm a traffic hobbyist. And when Megan got up, which I think was a wonderful thing, she has just, I don't know if courage is the right word, but foresight, which is something that seems to be so sorely lacking in so many of our political arenas. I am not singling anybody out here, but I do get the funny feeling that she's going to be sitting on that side of the dais at some time, which would be a good thing. If anybody's been to Summit around the railroad station and seen those flashers, the LED flashers, which come on and attract attention, I think a set of those at Pine Street and at any other questionable intersections, they seem to be, I'm not an expert at this, but from all visible cues, they seem to be solar powered, and they're very bright. They certainly attract attention and would slow people down. Another thing that might be considered also is a little bit more enforcement about drivers on cell phones. Been there, done that, all right? Another point to be made on the affordable housing issue, am I correct that I heard that the standard is like $75,000 for what would constitute residents in affordable housing in this town? Is that a correct number? And I'm not sure where I heard it from.
That are levels, different definitions, and I'll let the council explain it. But there's moderate income, low income, low income. So that has to do with the regional income levels. And
Okay.
average, whatever our region, Morris County, Sussex County, and Warren, I think, there are 3 counties. So that 75 is within the, probably it's within the moderate, but I'll let him.
No, Mayor, you're absolutely correct. If you go on the township website, under the government tab, there's an affordable housing tab, and within that tab is the settlement agreement. The last page of that settlement agreement has, because the settlement was entered in 2018, has the 2018 affordable housing regional income limits by household size. And you go down to Region 2, which is Morris County, and it's based on 80% of the median income, and it's based upon the number of people in the household. And because Morris County has a very high median income, the eligibility for, to be eligible for low and moderate income housing, the income level is also high because it tracks the median level in that county.
Got it, okay. So I'm just saying, it's not guaranteed that we're going to get a whole bunch of strippers.
I don't know how much they make.
Taking a full circle to traffic, I'm sorry, we'll get serious again. I don't know, from what I hear, they probably do pretty well, but that's a whole other story.
I know.
Okay.
Finish.
Not advocating for a specific site, but I would encourage the committee to take into consideration traffic issues and infrastructure capacity when considering where to put things. I don't know how many of you, I live in this side of town, so we deal with the intersection at River Road and Fairmount. In rush hour, forget about it, like they say in Brooklyn. It is an adventure. If we start pouring a whole lot of additional traffic into that, it's really going to turn out to be a crisis. There's not a lot of room to expand roads here. There is more room out toward Hickory Tree. I'm not sure what all the legalities of it are in terms of how much required right-of-way, et cetera, but as a layperson who drives a reasonable amount, that does exist. The other thing to mention is that we are not living in a vacuum here. Chatham Borough is proposing several hundred units at the corner of, what is it? It's River Road there and, thank you, and Watchung Avenue. I don't know, it changes names. I never know where. They're also going to be loading up around the train station. The senior housing is coming in along River Road and Summit. I mean, we got some traffic coming. And where we put our traffic is something that I would really urge everybody to consider as we go forward with this. And with that, what do they say? I'll yield my time. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Nancy Stiple, 97 Ormont Road. First, thank you to those who are retiring. Thank you for your service, much appreciated. Also, thank you for considering the townspeople's feedback from the last several meetings, which I have been going to. I just wanted to understand the time. I know the time frame. I heard February. Are you planning to then reevaluate other sites between now and February 13th? That was the first question. And the second question was, is there an opportunity to hire an expert? There were a lot of really good ideas, which I would have never known, that were brought to light last time. And I thought if we hired an expert, right, not a committee, but an expert, could we find solutions that we haven't even thought of, something more innovative rather than, just taking a building? So is there an opportunity to hire an expert? And are you opening up to the other sites to reevaluate them again?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I would say yes. To experts, we have an expert on board already, right? So we may hire or may not hire. I'm not going to speak for the whole committee. But yes, there are other sites in the play.
So they will be reevaluated?
Yes, please.
I mean, we do have a professional planner who's part of our professional staff.
Sorry, I don't mean a planner. I mean somebody who's an expert in solutions, innovative solutions for this.
We are reaching out to hire the architect to do the studies of the physical buildings, so an expert
But
in
that's still
in
not
those
an
areas,
expert.
and an appraiser who's an expert in his area.
No.
We have I really should give credit to some of our local residents who have expertise in
Yeah,
in
great
areas
ideas came up.
who have been communicating with us and been very helpful.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kelly, what I'm hearing is no.
Oh,
But
I'm-
I
I'm
would
not-
urge you, to consider an expert in finding solutions that work for the community, the town, with state ordinances. I just think it might offer us ideas that just are not in our field of vision at the moment. So I would personally ask you all to please look for those services. It would be well worth our money. Thank you.
Thank you. Please
Richard Matlaga from Dale Drive. I'm trying to understand, and I've been coming to these meetings, and I was at the planning board meeting, but trying to understand the affordable housing. First of all, on November 14th, when you agreed to whatever you passed, that was not a resolution. So it wasn't a resolution with a number, so you didn't pass anything. So the only resolution is the resolution in tonight's meeting. The other thing is that in November 2017, we had a credit in the affordable housing. That's what was reported at that meeting. The question was asked, does the township have a deficit in its affordable housing obligation? And the response was that the township has a credit from prior rounds. So something happened between 2017 and when you signed the agreement in 2018. And I would imagine that they looked at what happened in the town between 1999 and 2018 and said that what was built in the town did not have any affordable housing, and they punished us for that. And then when we buy an free space, open space, they punish us for that under the fair housing. And that came up with a certain number. So then when you go to sign the agreement, and we agree, and they come up with this realistic development potential, and they come up with the 200 units, but that realistic development potential would mean that we are going to build almost 1,200 condo units in town. 1,200, of which 200 would be affordable housing. And the process for that would be that there would be 91 units on the Oak Knoll playing fields, 157 units in Giralda Farms, and it goes on, 88 units at the farm in Green Village. You could look at that and scratch your head as to how that was done. But anyway, at the end of the day, we agreed to build another 74 units. When we signed the document in December of 18, did we have advice? Did we seek counsel as to where those 74 would be, or did we just sign it?
Okay, yes, please.
I'll try that one, Rich. We thought that we had a viable site. When we signed it in November, we were in the process of foreclosing on a property on River Road. And the foreclosure process is a very delicate and sensitive one, where the owner has a long period of time to recapture the property. And all of that meant that we had to delay our getting onto the property, examining it closely, talking about it in public. All those things had to be played with a lot of patience. It was about June or July when we felt that the foreclosure had been settled in court and finalized long enough for us to get on there and try to explore it. We hired a developer for these kinds of affordable housing projects to look at it and give us some feedback on its actual, how would we make it happen? And that developer came back with a conceptual plan that called for two options. One was a 4-story building, one was a 5-story building. And it would have been on the high side of River Road. And at that point in July, the Township Committee looked at that and said, that's not something that the township wants. A 4 or 5-story building on that stretch of River Road. So-
Not to interrupt you, but you're going to a developer, and I'm sure when you went to the developer, it's the same developer that's doing Dixie-Dale. I think they're in the house.
No.
Was a different one.
This was a.
But they're going from
affordable housing
an economic point of view. And I'm not sure that it's our role to give away town property to make something that the developer is going to make money on. I would look at it and say, I have land on River Road. I could build a 2-story complex there, whatever units those are. That's part of, I personally don't think you're going to reach the 74. And it may be that you're going to build 15 over here, 20-some over here. I went to all the planning meetings on the skate park. It's 24 units. The problem is there's not enough parking for those 24 units. So yes, you could build other buildings there, but you have to accommodate it on the land. You need parking. People are going to use cars to go back and forth. So I'm just concerned that when we agreed to the 74, that the 74 wasn't a good number because we didn't have enough knowledge. It was an arbitrary number. They beat us over the head, and we said, uncle. And I think it's important that we may be going back to the court saying, yeah, we said 74, but we only can get 48. And it's going to be some over here, and that's going to be hard to find a developer to build all of these. And also, why did you agree to rental units and not partially condos? I mean, you go through this, and it absolutely does not make sense. And I've been struggling with this. When you go and you look at your executive committee minutes, you started thinking about the location in April. You sign the thing in December 18, you don't start thinking about where you're going to put it until April of 19, and now you think you're going to have a solution in 60 days? No way. No way. And that's what you have to struggle with, and you don't want our input. You're the smart people. Thank you.
I'm Jared Blannon. Mike and I have been talking a little bit about some of the 134 Long Hill Lane. I guess why I'm here is we have, you guys have talked about the dates, I guess the 13th and the 27th. The 13th is when you compile all the research that you're going to be gathering over the next, 30 plus days, 45 days, which includes all the holidays, which nobody really works. I mean, you're not going to get anything done in the next couple weeks anyway. So I guess my big concern is I don't feel, knowing a lot about this, that it's realistic that you're going to be able to get all your information by the 13th and then make a decision by the 27th. And to me, and I know I don't mean to throw anybody under the bus here, but it almost feels like by doing that, you're accelerating and you're compressing your timeline, and then you've already made a decision. And because of what you're trying to accomplish in that time. If you said, we're going to go back to the courts, we're going to give it another 90 days or 6 months, and we're going to do all our diligence, then I think that's fair. I don't think what you're trying to compress in this time frame is reasonable for the diligence to make the kind of decision that would make us all comfortable. That's all.
Thank you.
Hi, Donna Lyons, Woodmont Drive, 21 Woodmont Drive. First, I just want to say thank you for your service to our town. I know this can't be easy. There are just a couple questions I have to try to clarify some things. Are you considering more than 24 units on Southern Boulevard? Like, is that one of the options that's being considered?
That is in the play, my understanding.
It is?
Yes.
Okay, and is there a maximum number that you're considering? Like, what could be the most that would go there?
We have 74 units that we have to find a home for.
So it could be all 74 on Southern Boulevard, potentially?
We are taking it a step at a time. The big hurdle and the first step is to try to get the DEP to give us a waiver on the wetlands transition area. At the moment, there's very little land there that's buildable at all, and we couldn't fit any more homes on, with the police department building where it is, we've maxed it out. So what we could put there will depend on how much flexibility we can get from the DEP on a wetlands transition area.
Okay, and I have a couple more questions. Have you done, so I know that the original plan was to put like 65 units here. Did you do a traffic study here, and are you planning to do one in the Southern Boulevard area?
The traffic study would be part of an extended process which takes place before the planning board. It would be comparable to what has been happening over the past year for Dixie-Dale and the Arbor Green at the skate park site, where they have been before the planning board for a generous year, giving presentations on everything from the architecture of the building to the traffic impact and things like that.
Okay. I mean, I would just say that as someone who literally lives around the corner from the police station, I know Southern Boulevard seems like a bigger street, but I can't get out of my street at certain times of day, and you absolutely can't turn left out of there, and everything gets backed up to the lights. So traffic is a concern. I don't think 24 units would have a huge impact on traffic, but if 74 units, my guess is it would, but I would like to see whatever that number is. It sounds big, and I think potentially it could be 2 cars per unit even, and people going to work. So my question would be, and you've answered it, would there be traffic studies? And then my other question is, what is the impact, if we get a waiver and build on wetlands, what is the impact on the environment of building on wetlands that we're technically not supposed to build on?
Please.
We're not talking about building on wetlands. The wetlands are in the woods behind the skate park area. What we have is the skate park footprint itself and the grass around it. And we have met with the deputy commissioner of the DEP, our administrator, and have made the case that this used to be a 50-foot wetlands transition area, which had been expanded to 150 feet, and that because it's a lawn that has been treated as a lawn forever, which has been mowed, and it's not really, it's not wetlands itself, and it's really not part of the habitat for whatever the wetlands are back in the woods. So that is the basis for our argument, is that this is really not directly affecting the wetlands that are back there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please. Next question, please.
Hi, Stacy Ewald, 54 Nicholson. Thank you. So I'm definitely a fan of getting input from the community as soon as possible and as much and as often as possible. There were a lot of great suggestions that came out from our residents. Along those lines, if our schedule's really tight, I'm just wondering if there's a way to push out information instead of holding everything until the 13th, until February, if we could push out even piecemeal whatever we get as we get it, so that the residents can respond, whether it's by email, whether it's at the Saturday sessions with a committee person, but that they have an opportunity to respond and they get information on a more timely basis. So I'd ask you to consider that. The other question I have is, if of all the suggestions that we've heard, has anything been taken off the table? So I'll throw something out there. There's been some discussion of converting or looking to convert market to affordable units to reduce the density at either site, or whichever site is chosen. Is that off the table at this point? Is that not feasible for some reason?
Yes,
Can I
go
try
ahead.
too?
Yeah, maybe.
No, as a matter of fact, that's very much on the table. With some help from some local residents with knowledge on that area, we are in the process of drafting a letter to be sent to apartment owners. The drafting part of it can move forward very rapidly. What the more complicated part of it is that we need to come up with a dollar number that would be fair to the property owner, but also fair to our taxpayers in terms of what we can put out there as a possible offer to buy or otherwise take control of a certain number of existing apartments. But we are moving forward on that.
Okay. And the other one that's been floated is kind of a multi-location approach. So potentially 30 at not Dixie-Dale, at the skate park, 30 at the River Road property, 30 at the municipal building, and then you keep your police station where it is, you keep your municipal services where they are. Is that still on the table?
Everything is on the table, and I think that's could be, in my opinion, it could be the best approach to share the burden instead of having everything shove it into one place.
Okay, thank you.
David Workman, 19 Susan Drive. First, I want to thank Mr. Kelly for the various studies he's doing concerning this building, consolidating and building a new building. And you may have said it, but I might have missed if you did. Are you having an appraisal done on this piece of property?
Yes.
Okay. When will that be done? I don't know. Okay.
Bob, you can answer that.
Before the end of January.
Okay.
Really? Okay. And then we have February hanging over our heads. You hired a consultant to do all this, right? To basically do the various studies you just said. Why didn't this consultant or the expert you had hired last year do all of this? Because now we're basically sitting here trying to figure out what everybody's a little frustrated with, and what you did is exactly what you need to do. This is the foundation to this decision. This is not, and this is not an insult, this is not brain surgery. This is algebra and sticks and bricks. That's all we're talking about. So at the end of the day, it just comes down to the numbers. And yes, there are considerations of amenities and transportation and the various considerations that would go into affordable housing. But it's really the foundation that I think everybody's trying to figure out how we have the base case that we work up from. And what you're doing now, Mr. Kelly, is exactly what we needed, but we needed it. This is how we're going to really figure out if there's an alternative and what the alternative might be and what the dollar amount that can be used for that alternative is.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, I guess my question is, the expert that you've hired, I mean, a young lady here asked you, did you hire an expert? And you said you had a planner. How come the planner didn't do this?
Honestly, he has done it, and we have the developers as subject matter experts. And by the way, you hire a developer to do analysis doesn't necessarily mean that you give the job to that developer. So you need someone to provide you foundation to just to make a decision. So we have done most of these, but that's my answer.
But you've done them, but they're being done now. That Mr. Kelly just said that you're going to figure out exactly what it takes to renovate this building, what it will take to move the police station here, renovate the other building, and or build a building between the two of them. It's just dollars.
High level analysis. Now, we will have to get into and deep dive into numbers and.
With all due respect, I mean, were you done? With all due respect, if you have those numbers, why, as Mr. Kelly said, is somebody being retained to do that? Or did I just miss something?
But let me say this. I mean, it's not only the numbers. I disagree with you.
Okay.
It's not only the numbers. And do you want 64 units, 65 units here if it's free. Someone is gonna build us. It's
No,
gonna cost. Do we want it? No, so that's not
Mayor,
only the numbers.
there are other considerations, as you just
That's
said.
right.
No
You know,
question. But the
and
numbers.
they're not
Go ahead.
easy. Those decisions
Not
are
at
not
all.
easy to make, and because we're sitting here for you.
Mhm.
So, please understand it.
No, I do, and there are other considerations, but it does all get built on the numbers, okay? So,
Numbers are definitely important part of the equation, so a very important part of it.
okay.
Yes.
So we're not going to have the appraisal till January. I don't know when Mr. Kelly expects to have the answers to redoing this building, the third building, just everything else, but it's important. When can we expect to see all of that?
The calendar that we are working under right now is that will all come together for that February 13th meeting. That's the presentation plan. And, just trying to shed some light on your question about numbers.
Sure.
Our predecessor township committee did go out and hired an engineer to do a study of this building in 2008. And, that was an expert, and they came up with as close to expert numbers as you can get for what it would cost to repair and restore and renovate this building. I think it was 3.8 million. And we started off this process working from that number. I think that, speaking for myself, because we're certainly a 5-person township committee, but I think we started off feeling that was a solid number for 2008, and could we extrapolate from there and be conscious of our taxpayers' dollars. We did it, and the public and ourselves felt that we were not comfortable with building off of those 2008 numbers. But just be aware that in tonight's bill list, I think it's close to $30,000 of affordable housing bills just for our attorneys, our planner, and basically for those two. I shudder to think what we're going to pay for an architect to look at 4 different sites and an appraiser to look at multiple sites. We are heading toward big bucks to try to come up with a more solid number. And that is recognizing that we need solid numbers to reach a solid decision. But the reason why we didn't start out at that was in a solid, speaking for myself again, is that we thought that we had those numbers in-house in the form of a 2008 study, and that was an accurate enough way to start building. And the public did not feel the same way. And we're going back to the well to do a better job.
Okay. And I appreciate it. I just think that, as everybody I think might agree, we just need more time to figure this out. So,
Can we ask for more time?
We're gonna,
Can we ask
okay.
beyond
I need you to get in line and talk.
no, I'll just repeat, can we ask for more time?
You're cheating the system.
Little bit.
Yeah,
little
I
bit,
mean,
little bit.
I think we can.
Why not?
I will have,
Yeah,
okay.
come on.
And- Okay,
Why not?
We'll talk about that. So we should be able to.
Okay. I too want to thank everybody who is leaving for their service for the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Yes. Rez Estevez on Southern Boulevard. So I echo the statements of Mr. Matlock. He's right on the money. So to some, very quickly, we're looking at more taxes, more traffic, loss of township assets because they're being given away, okay? We're putting actually on the table an actual discussion of abrogating our green spaces. So I reiterate the question of the gentleman here. More time, let's ask for it. Are you going to do so? How much more time? Why is it that the Township Committee is rushing headlong into such a dense question, such a rush, February 13, as if this mandate was not already on the table? How much time can you get?
Then I think answer is
No,
not
there was no
and
answer.
not
I'd like
no.
one.
Second?
There was no answer.
There's
I'd
no
like
answer.
one.
Yeah, okay. Please complete your comments and we'll
No, no,
answer.
I paused to give you a chance to answer the question. Please do.
Anyone would like to take that question and answer? How much time you can get? I'd
Question-
like to
well,
get 2
Who
years.
came up with the schedule to begin with? This is the first time I see it today. I mean,
Correct. That schedule was developed by the administrator, Mr. Hoffman, and myself, based upon analyzing the time needed to respond and gather the updated information that you requested.
did any committee members review this as well, or no, just you two?
You have to remember, we're under a court mandate that has already passed. Any extension that we get would be subject to review by the court. And reviewing this matter, this is a reasonable request to the court with supporting information. As I said before, this deadline has come and passed. We've gotten extensions, and we're asking for additional extensions.
Understood.
But this is based upon an assessment of the time needed to provide the information that was requested.
So question, has any committee members reviewed this before, or no, just you two?
No, that's correct.
Okay, so the second question would be, if you go there to the court, they show them this resolution, and this date is not February 13th, it's rather September 13th, 2020, what can the court say?
No.
So if the court says February 13th, we give them February 13th, what can the court say?
Well, I think what you want to do is continue, as Deputy Mayor Kelly indicated, to build good faith with the court, to show progress is
I think
being
the
made.
job of the committee here is to act in the best interest of the folks out here.
Precisely.
I agree with Kurt, Committeeman. I think the question is, what is it that we can get from the court without impacting the development agreement, settlement altogether? So, and it's a fine line. I think we should get more time. I think we should. And,
Here's my follow-on question, 1 second.
but at the same time, we should propose something it can be accepted. So you're the subject matter expert dealing with the court, and I think we should extend this. How much? I don't know the answer.
Follow-on question.
I'm sorry?
Follow-on question
Sure,
then.
go ahead.
Let's say at the end of this exercise, we have properties in the town that are encumbered by restrictions on land devoted to green spaces, the environmental regulations and constraints on development, and the available land is too steep to build. In other words, at the end of the digestion, there is no land available. Never mind the deadline, there is no land. What's the outcome there?
Well, you're asking me to speculate on, first, there being no land available.
Precisely, that's the
secondly-
core of the question. It's a presumption, it's an assumption for
It's
the
a
purpose of the
speculation.
question.
It's an assumption, a speculation, that I think would be unfair to the Township Committee to respond on.
Nevertheless, hypothesize.
But really, we shouldn't be answering hypothetical questions. I mean, please.
Well, the
ask
committee
the
has
question
been
that-
postponing this
Yeah.
discussion altogether,
I
where
mean,
we
are
would
you
have time
asking
to
what-
discuss this scenario that is likely that there may not be land at the end of the day on which to develop. So we have this mandate, no land on which to build. What happens in that scenario? There is no
You
land.
go back to the court, and you go back to Fair Share Housing, and demonstrate to them that there's nothing that's available.
Right, okay, then what?
Well, you have to understand,
No,
that has
no.
already in part been done through the vacant land adjustment. And that is what reduced the realistic development potential to 200. So an analysis of the carrying capacity of the town has been made. And that's how you've come down to really essentially utilizing credits from prior rounds, utilizing the credits that you obtained through the developments through this round. You've whittled down the realistic development potential really to 74 units. If we can demonstrate to the court that there is no available land of any shape, form, then that's something that will have to be determined by the court as to what the next step is.
Okay, that's no answer. Now, another point, using a developer as a subject matter expert, the developer is out to make the developer's buck. That developer has no focus or commitment to what's good for the township. So that's a misplacement and a wrong use of a developer. Another small note, referring the public to speak on Saturday meetings with somebody at coffee with a township committee member or to show up at a meeting like this is not the same thing as public involvement. This process is absent public involvement, short of people showing up at the mic and asking questions without getting answers.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Hi, Rich Ryan, 11 Rolling Hill Drive. And just a few quick questions. I know there's a lot of talk about the various dates that are in play here. And some of this was, I think, discussed a little bit in the presentation earlier, but it was hard to hear out in the hallway. So what has happened to the deadline of December 17th to present the site? So I understand that there's now going to be the meeting at the court on the 16th to request the extension. Is that correct?
No, I think the December 16th date that you heard mentioned is the planning board considering several items. One, on October 21st of this year, the planning board orally voted and approved the site plan for Dixie Dale and the Arbor Green.
Mm-hmm.
There's usually a several week or a month gap between the oral approval and the resolution of memorialization. So on December 16th, those resolutions of memorialization will be considered by the planning board. In addition to two of the ordinances that are on tonight's agenda, the Fairmount Commons Overlay Zone and the Development Fee Ordinance. That is what is, I understand, is going to be on the agenda for the planning board on the 16th. On December 17th, there is a conference with the judge to update the judge on where things stand. And so part of that update is to present the request for the extension.
So currently, is it safe to say that on the 17th, the judge is currently expecting someone from the township to present a recommended location or a possible location?
The judge is expecting an update.
Okay, so is there what is the risk that they do not give any extension beyond that? Like, is there a hard deliverable they are currently expecting on the 17th, that if we fail to present that and the judge refuses for whatever reason to give an extension, that we are suddenly, exposed in some fashion, like to build or remedy lawsuits immediately?
The judge certainly has that option. I think we're presenting in the resolution a comprehensive explanation as to why additional time is needed. The other parties to the litigation have been made aware of the need for this. So it's an expectation that we will get some additional time, perhaps not as much as we've requested, but there should be some accommodation made to allow further review.
Have the other parties, aside from being made aware of this desire for more time, have they expressed a view as to whether they'll support that or not? Specifically the Fair Share Housing Coalition?
As a general rule, Fair Share does not
That's what I would guess. Yeah.
consent to further extensions. So it's really going to be a decision for the judge based upon what is before him, and that is why the resolution was prepared to propose a very detailed explanation to the judge in a formal way. The special master has also been made aware of this, but again, I don't want to speculate or guess as to what either one of them will do. But I think Fair Share will probably certainly not consent and may even oppose it.
Okay, just in closing, I just am concerned that we get to a situation where we ask for more time. We've obviously been dragging this out for, an extended period of time already. Whether or not the public's been involved is another story that, I'm not going to get into now. But do not want to be put in a situation where, because the judiciary in the state has a history of being completely unsympathetic to towns that have dragged their feet too much on this matter. And do not want to be put in a situation where they don't want to give us another extension and we're suddenly exposed to the builder's remedy lawsuit. Because I've heard a lot of people within the township community over the last 2 weeks speculate, well, why don't we just roll the dice and not do anything? And, if we're exposed to the builder's remedy lawsuit, great. I mean, my personal opinion is that people who are recommending and advocating for that approach, really do not understand the power of the builder's remedy lawsuit. And, that's absolutely, I think, being exposed to that, a real worst case scenario for the township and its residents in a lot of ways, so.
That is absolutely true. And if we don't do this the right way, we may end up 1,000 and more units. So we shouldn't lose our ammunition. So we should not give builders to control our zoning laws. We should control them here. So that's it. Please introduce yourself.
Larry Peckner, 3 Rolling Hill Drive. I just have a question about the timing. Maybe you can clear it up. I overheard some, I may not have heard everything. There was apparently the municipal building out of compliance, which was approximately 2008. Also, when you're talking about this, you're talking about notification that the police station is out of compliance. When was the township committee as a whole informed about when the police station was out of compliance? Do you know?
Bob, please answer the question, if you can.
I became aware of it this summer, and then I informed the township committee.
Is that the first time the township was notified by the state that the police station was out of compliance this year?
No, that was an older letter, right?
There was some correspondence in the file from previous years, but the first time that the township committee was made aware was when I made them aware of it. So-
Okay.
Or that's what I believe.
Oh,
yeah.
there was correspondence, who would that go to?
Well, it
Really?
had gone to a former police chief.
So that,
And then-
and does he inform the township committee?
I don't know. I wasn't here when that letter came in.
Okay. Did anyone on the committee, maybe earlier, see that committee?
I was made aware when Bob made me aware, which is a few months ago.
Sorry, Larry, wasn't.
Nobody?
No.
No one received anything? Okay. And how much are the renovations approximately? If you don't know.
Say again, I'm sorry.
Was that the same amount, the renovations on the police station? What's that estimate?
There are letters from the Department of Corrections that discuss the fact that we have to bring our holding cells up to current standards. They have to be in compliance.
Uh-huh.
And then there's the second issue. Our police department, our building is 43 years old, and there are mechanicals that are reaching the end of their life. The roof requires replacement. There are other things that have to happen. So you've got your Department of Corrections compliance issues, and then you have your normal major mechanicals and items that just it's time to replace them.
So like everything in things, it's probably a few million to do anything in municipal, anything it costs you a million, but we don't know. Okay, thank you. Sure.
Okay.
Hi
Donna,
again.
Before,
Oh, so
sorry,
let someone else go.
Yes, I'm so
Yep.
sorry. Yeah, next
That's okay.
person.
Hi, Andy Silva, Dale Drive. I'd just like to point out that this committee inherited this problem from previous committees, and the town administrator also. I'd like to thank him for his calmness with being everything being directed at him today, because he is a new administrator as well. So these are problems that have been inherited by this group of people, and now the entire town has showed up to also try to find solutions for these problems. And I would ask the lawyer, if, because the town hasn't been involved, and there was a good year-long period where the information on this was all kept secret in executive council committees, where people that were interested could not find out sorry, I was nervous, couldn't find out what was going on with the affordable housing issues, or trying to find out what was going on with it. It was all held in executive committee meetings, and we couldn't find out what was happening. So I would think that the court would care that the people of the town weren't able to find out what was going on with this, and maybe an extension could be given so that the town could be involved in the process, and what your thoughts were.
Okay, go ahead.
Ma'am, I want to thank you for your comments that were complimentary, but I also wanted to say that my predecessor and the township committees in 2017 and 2018, they did do a lot of work. They did do yeoman's work, but they were barred from discussing this matter because it was still under litigation. But I do appreciate the comments that you made. But the past committee and my predecessor did do a lot of work. They did work with the former court-appointed master, and they did do a very good job to try and represent the township in the best possible light with the court. And the fact that we do not have an obligation of 647 units and it's down to 200 units is a testament to all of the work that the 2018, even the 2019 committees could not talk about in public. But thank you for your kind words.
Yeah, I guess, is it a point, like it was kept secret at the court order, I guess, why can't we get some more time so the town can have some involvement?
I think that's a fair point. And I think that's a fair point. When the public session ends, we'll discuss. I think more time is a fair point.
And my other question is, why wasn't anything done at Dixdale Farm with affordable housing? Why weren't some units included at the farm? It would have been a nice way to have affordable housing in our town.
Dixie-Dale is considered an inclusionary development, and but what has occurred is that those units are off-site. So Dixie-Dale remains a lower density development with 53 units that were approved, and the off-site affordables are at the skate park, which is 24, which is a very high percentage of market units to affordables. So Dixie-Dale does have an affordable housing component, but it's located at the skate park.
Oh, okay. So it looks to me that we give away our land to builders without having them help us with this affordable, but you're saying they're linked.
When you say builders, there are different types of builders. There are commercial builders that build residential developments, and there are affordable housing developers that specialize in affordable housing. And the two don't necessarily do the same kinds of things. An affordable housing development, 100% affordable housing development, as a result of it being purely 100% affordable, the rents are lower than market rents. Although they're still substantial, as was explained before, based upon the median average income and the eligibility based upon that, the percentage, the market, there are no market units to subsidize the affordable. So you have to have a developer that is specializing in affordable housing so that that developer can put together a package that is able to build the development with minimal municipal contribution. Now, when you have 100% municipally sponsored development, that's the option that was chosen, and that means it's municipally sponsored. The municipality is backing that development. Otherwise, municipalities can say, we're going to build an affordable development, 100% municipally sponsored affordable development, put it on the shelf, and it never gets done. That is not what is being permitted by the courts. If you choose that option, you have to support it.
So you're saying it is 100% municipally sponsored development at
No,
the skate park?
It's 100% it's 100% affordable,
Okay,
okay? It's 100% affordable, meaning there are no market units.
right.
But the rents are obviously not market rents, and there has to be some sort of ability for the municipality to make that development sustainable. And that is in the form of a land contribution, and as was mentioned before, a payment in lieu of taxes.
So the only link that actually to the Dixdale developer is that the courts made us do it to let them do Dixdale. There's no financial involvement from the Dixdale developers.
I don't fully understand your question, but if you're asking that, is the skate park, the Arbor Green development being built solely at the developer's expense? The answer to that is yes, but the township is contributing the land because the rents will be affordable rents as opposed to market rents.
And then, but how is it linked to Dixdale, I guess is my question.
It's linked through the zoning ordinance, the rezoning ordinance that rezoned Dixie-Dale has a component in it for the affordable units from Dixie-Dale to be off-site.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Anyone else? Yes.
Hi, Chris Jago, 318 Fairmount. First question, is the reason that the discussions were held in executive committee because of a court order, or was it because of the council's advice to do it confidentially?
It is litigation. It is implementing a court order, and it is part of the confidentiality that surrounds litigation.
I know, I do litigation, but did the court order you to do your negotiations internally confidentially?
No.
Or, no, did not, okay. I think that's a clarification the town needed. Secondly, the resolution tonight, I heard you say, is to reaffirm the 2018 settlement.
Correct.
I think you should consider repudiating the 2018 settlement and attempting to renegotiate it. Has that been discussed with the committee since the November meetings where you heard from the township?
That has been discussed as part of the litigation and resolving the litigation many times with respect to what the potential outcome is of walking away from this. And as one of the other speakers mentioned, it is a constitutional obligation that the municipality has, and to walk away from it at this point will have severe consequences to the municipality, far in excess of 74 affordable units in the town.
But there could be an attempt to renegotiate the settlement. Has that been considered since you've heard from the people in November?
The settlement was entered into in December of last year.
Yes,
Time has passed.
yes.
Things have occurred in between.
Yes.
There's been reliance upon the settlement agreement. At this point, to walk away from it or attempt to renegotiate it is simply not an available option.
Why are you passing a resolution to reaffirm it, though?
Because on the one hand, we're asking for the court's indulgence to extend the deadline. And the court's going to want to know that the township committee and the township still support the settlement.
The township doesn't support the settlement anymore.
Well, I don't know if that is correct, okay? What is correct is that you have to present proofs, or what you have to understand is you have to present some measure of assurance to the court that the township is serious about moving forward. And if the township is not serious about moving forward, then what it means is it's walking away. And you really can't carry water on both shoulders. I can't on one hand say to the court, give us an extension, and on the other hand say to the court, we really don't stand behind the settlement.
You can go to the court and say, we don't think we can do what we committed to do. Can we renegotiate? That's a possibility. But I just raised that. I want to move with my last few minutes to something completely different, which is resolution number 2019-226, which is the authorization granting an application for Fairmount sidewalk extension. I've been here several times, maybe this is my third or fourth time, to tell you that the people on Fairmount Avenue, a majority of them do not want sidewalks on Fairmount Avenue. Yet you continue to push it forward and force it on us. On the agenda was this resolution, and my first objection is these agendas do not have enough detail. And as soon as the agenda came out, I emailed our clerk, I emailed our administrator, and I asked, please give me the details for this grant application. I didn't even get the courtesy of a response. It is. Not even the courtesy of a response. And I ask each member, you're going to vote on resolution 226. Did you read the grant application? Did any of you read the grant application? And what does it say?
It looks for us to go out for, when this was originally introduced, and Kurt, you can help me with this if possible, the original grant that was received was, I think the whole cost was
400, it's close to $500,000, I think.
Was it almost 500?
4 and change, I believe. Albert, anybody know? Do you recall, or John?
Yeah, the project, the construction cost was estimated just over $400,000, and the DOT grant that was received was approximately half the construction cost. And what this is a supplemental request for additional funds. And so we're requesting for an additional $200,000 to bring the project, to minimize the amount of funding associated with it.
Okay, so the reason I asked for details is because I guess this committee and the people on this side of the bar aren't going to listen. So I would like to approach that funding committee myself. So could you please tell me specifically who is the funding committee that you're asking for, and can I see a copy of the grant application if this committee decides to pass this resolution tonight over the will of the people on Fairmount Avenue? Will you send me a copy of the grant application before it is filed, and identify the exact funding authority that you're seeking funding for so that I may contact them?
Yeah, the grant application is essentially the same application that was submitted with the, to obtain the first grant, and it just basically is requesting additional funds. So there's nothing new associated. It limits, it's the same project limits, it's the same scope of work, it's just requesting additional funds. So that could certainly be made available, and the funding mechanism here, this is it's not under the municipal aid program, it's a program that's allows the DOT commissioner to use discretionary funds solely at his discretion to apply additional funds to projects. And so we are basically applying for a grant that the DOT commissioner is going to review and consider.
Okay, well, I will urge him to deny your grant for not only the reason that you didn't publicly tell us before you voted on it, but also I contacted the environmental committee and I asked them, has an environmental assessment done on Fairmount Avenue and what impact the sidewalks would have? And they said no environmental study has been done whatsoever. And that'll be a second reason I will notify the granting agency to deny your grant. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Hi, Doug Pitney, 54 Mountain View Road. Back to the affordable housing issue. What architect has been retained to do the study?
Go ahead.
No architect has been retained yet. We have a meeting with an architect coming up so that we can see if their proposal is reasonable, and then enter into an agreement with them.
Who is that architect, please?
The architect is an architect that works with with our engineering firm. Or is it
What's the name of the firm, please?
It's Mott McDonald.
Mott McDonald. And what are their qualifications specifically for making these estimates?
Well, they're an architect, and they have had experience in designing, estimating the construction costs for buildings.
What similar projects have they done, similar to the ones that you are asking them to submit a proposal for?
We will be finding that information out when we meet with them.
So they haven't submitted any qualifications yet? We don't know if they're the best qualified firm?
We have received some qualifications, but we have not received, a full set of qualifications, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, next question. When you hire a consultant, at what point do the fees become necessary to have a resolution of the expenditure of those fees? What's the threshold of fee, professional fee?
It would be $9,200.
Okay, so how is the public here going to know in the next month and a half that you've retained a firm to do a comprehensive study for less than $9,200?
We don't know what the fee will be. If it's going to be over that, then there would be a resolution on an agenda so that the township committee would be able to authorize the expenditure.
So the public would have the right to be noticed and to make public about that selection.
Well, the public would have the right to come to a meeting and to make comments at the public portion of a meeting.
How long does that process take? How many meetings?
It would take one meeting.
Okay. I'm just trying to put out some scenarios here. Thank you very much for your service, everybody who's retiring. As you probably know, the Township Committee turns over on the 1st. So there are 2 new members coming in, and the first thing they're going to have to do is find out where their desks are, and then they're going to have to find out and get boned up on exactly what all these issues are. And I just think that they're probably doing some of their homework, but I would imagine that they haven't been doing all of it. So what I'm leading towards here, ultimately, is when you're talking about a date of February 13th, you can't possibly retain a professional and have him make a decision in that amount of time. It's not possible. That's point number 1. Point number 2, I came before this board about 4 weeks ago now, and in the last couple of weeks, I've learned that there's a tremendous number of citizens here in this township who know a heck of a lot more than all of us put together. I'm trying to say is we're better working as a team. I bring certain aspects, there's other people that bring certain aspects, and from what I've heard tonight, when you talk about February 13th and you've hired a planner, there's still no room for us to make any public input and to have any intelligent conversation about potential sites and potential solutions, except for the ones that you already haven't come to. So I want to understand why we came up with a February 13th deadline. And if I'm not mistaken, February 13th just happens to be, is it a Thursday before President's Day weekend? That's a pretty tough time. So you're talking about educating a new committee on this whole problem that we're dealing with and coming to a solution and presenting it to the public in 6 weeks. And I don't know when the first committee meeting is in January, but it's usually pomp and circumstances to welcome the new people in and then say, oh my gosh, now we have to get to work. So I want to know why you come up with a date of February 13th that is completely unreasonable when you obviously have at least 3 to 6 months worth of planning and research to do. And that should include participation with the public at a table here with plans and documents to talk about it. Not at a coffee. I'm sorry, I haven't gone to a coffee meeting, and I'm sure they're productive. But the bottom line is, you have to... You have to get the public involved here, because what you're doing by setting February 13th is doing the same thing that I came up here and screamed my full head off 4 weeks ago and said you can't be doing this. You're doing the exact same thing. And I can't look at you because 2 of you aren't going to be here. So you can't make a decision for the other 2 that are out here. It's not possible. So let's talk realistically about February 13th. And let's say it's not February 13th, it may not be October. October is quite a way down the road. And I understand that you have to appease the court. But it's time that you appease the citizens and you allow us to roll up our sleeves like we've done in my living room on previous Sundays to really look at some drawings and try to figure something out. There's people out here that can help you. You're talking about spending professional dollars on planners. Quite frankly, I don't know who the planner is, but I don't think he's qualified to come up with any plan because he hasn't come up with one yet. I've come up with several. Are they the best solutions? No. And the reason why they're not the best solutions is I haven't heard what all the rest of these people have to say. So let's talk about a realistic date now. It's not February 13th. It's probably not more than 6 months away. But you cannot realistically come up with a good master plan on how you're going to solve affordable housing or high-density housing for any matter in this municipality in 6 weeks. It's impossible. So let's roll up our sleeves and talk about now, not February 13th. What's a realistic date?
How's June 11th?
Much better.
Well, Doug, this is a resolution. The committee's got to vote on it. We can make an amendment to the resolution against the advice of our counsel, perhaps, and change the date to June 11th for B, June 25th for C, and then the subsequent dates can be adjusted. The committee, we're going to discuss this resolution after the public comment hearing anyways, so.
I think that's a good start. Now, the next thing is, what is the date after, what's the first date of the meeting in January?
Greg?
January 2nd. What is the next date that you can set up a special meeting where you put a table in that space there and we get out here, we roll up our sleeves and really talk this thing out?
I'll defer to the committee.
Let's get, and I know you guys, it's a new committee, you're going to be on our side. But you get where I'm headed here is we're looking at 6 months maybe if council will consider something that's a little bit more reasonable.
I think that we want to consider anything that gives us any more time. Being here for the past 11 months and realizing that we'd come into the agreement had a timeline, an implementation time frame. And that was a 6-month time frame. And it wasn't enough time in July to do any of this.
And I understand that, but the reason why is it was in my opinion, is that it was a plan that was implemented without a solution. So now we have to come up with a solution. You can't come up with a viable, well-planned solution in 6 weeks. It's not possible. 6 months is a challenge. That's why I say, when are we getting busy in January?
I don't disagree with you. I think that we've been shifting this for quite some time. And we don't have a fulsome plan. We didn't have an implementation plan in 2018. We don't have one in 2019. We've gotten extensions to keep going and to try and figure this out. And I think to the extent that we can realistically extend it, we should absolutely keep doing that. I don't know how realistic, given that the agreement called for a 6-month implementation timeframe, a 6-month identification of the site, and we've now gone back for 2 continuations, or just 1?
No, there have been, I think,
3
3.
continuations?
I'm not sure, I have to go.
Because we haven't been able to solve this problem.
So if we're
So I'm
begging the...
I'm very hopeful that we can get more than this. One of the things that Albert pointed out, and I was very surprised when I saw the February date as well, is that there's things that have to happen, again, proceeding with the agreement and the implementation of the agreement that, as I understand it, backs this up. So this was I'm assuming, backing it up from whatever else has to happen as part of the agreement. And it backed us up if we assumed that we got an extension to June 1st. So they gave us a 6-month extension, which we're hoping that we get. And at that June 1st extension, if we get that, then there are certain dates that we have to hit with the planning board, with the fair share housing, the housing plan element of the master plan, that then has to go for 35 days to the planning board, and any decision that gets made, that we make goes to the planning board, and then there's this whole thing that encumbers this time frame, and I think I'm assuming that's how we got to this February 14th date, which is not a lot of time.
Which doesn't leave you any time to actually do the job.
It doesn't.
So what we have to tell the court, we have to beg the pardon of the court, is we have to do a job here. We can't just say we're going to do it. We actually have to do the job. And so far, we have not done the job. So to that end, I think proposing a date in June is reasonable. I would recommend to the Township Committee to instruct our council to do that. And I also recommend 3 out of 5 of you to pick a date early on in January and say, we're going to do this, we're going to sit down with the public, the people who really are throwing their weight into this, and come up with the ideas and hash it through. Because if you don't do that, we're going to be here in 5 more months, and you're going to say you come to a conclusion, and all of these people are going to be back here again, raising holy heck.
Now, I apologize, but there are others waiting.
Thank you very much for your time.
It's going to be a committee discussion about the time, and I think it's fair. What you said is fair. All right, next person, please.
Hi, Nina Benton, 106 Sunset Drive. I think you have no one more vested than the people in this room and the residents of Chatham, and we have a lot of talent in our town. I think we need to pull it forward now at this point. It's obvious that you guys need help, and it would have been nice if we'd been called in earlier, but I think a plan going to the court is setting a date, whether it's 6 months from now or 9 months from now, but have the meetings scheduled out. So first of all, everyone in this room knows when they are, and have the agendas for every single meeting, so we can all come to the table. We can network, we can look and see who, at the first meeting, who do we have to hire? What are the studies that have to be done? I think we can all say from just this meeting alone that we want multiple sites. Yes? Yeah. Okay, done. Okay, that's, take everything else off the table. Let's move forward. We've made progress tonight. If you put this forth to the courts, you now have an agenda. You now have a plan. You're not going to them asking for just 6 months on the hope. Hope is not a plan. We need a plan. We are willing to work on a plan. Have special sessions, lay out the dates, lay out the agendas. We'll help you with that, but let's get it done. And let's get it done to our satisfaction.
Yes.
Hi, Mike Stankampiano, 77 Myersville Road. I just have a quick question. So we plan on going to the courts very shortly and asking for an extension. If they don't grant us the extension, what are we going to do? Are we going to then say we're open to builders' remedy lawsuits, or are we going to move forward and propose this site?
You can answer that, counsel.
Well, again, you're asking me to speculate as to what the court's going to do or not do.
Well, I think we should have a plan B.
One of the things that is always, before a municipality loses immunity, it would be entitled to a hearing. So there would be, if the court were inclined to go in that direction, I would be requesting a hearing so that the township could demonstrate that it is attempting to be constitutionally compliant.
Okay.
So that is certainly one avenue, but again, it depends upon the court and how the court views the actions that the township has taken, and whether it is what it is reacting to, whether it's reacting to, what kind of influences it's reacting to.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. And I need new people to speak first?
There are no new people.
There's a new
Oh,
person.
I have to pick up somebody.
No.
I'm a ladies first guy, though, please, go.
Thank you.
No.
He deferred.
No.
He wants you to go. Please, I have to pick up
That's
somebody
not,
from work.
we need
He's the sexist, I'm not.
Thank you.
I just want to be on
I just
record.
want to pick up the person that needs the ride. Go on.
Yes, please.
Robert Nevin. I live in my wife's home on 15 Seminole Way. She lets me stay with her. Regarding that last comment, if we're rebuffed by the courts, for those of you that are new in New Jersey, this is a racket in New Jersey. It's 2 or 3 delays. We could have a dozen without blinking an eye. It's a red herring. It's a non-issue as long as we respond. I know it, you know it. I understand you may not want to say it because you have to carry a lot of water right now because it's been a rudderless ship this past year. I would like to comment regarding some of the members, just to be candid regarding what's going on. Ms. Ness, you don't own a home here. You don't have a vested interest here. That's not a question, that's a comment. Mr. Kelly, where these developments are being discussed, that's not in your backyard, and you made sure that it's not in your backyard. And Mr. Saline, please. Excuse me. I'm speaking, and if you can interrupt me, at least shave, okay? Mr. Saline, I understand you've been in your position for a very brief period of time because without ceremony, you were elected out. But you're working on your next campaign. And this is one of the biggest issues that this township faces. And not only are you in front of your skis, that this is above your head, but you're not focused on it. So asking for an extension, demanding an extension is absolutely required. And I would be remiss before I left for the retiring members, Mr. Ritter, thank you for what you've done. Mr. Saline, thank you for leaving.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Not sure I want to follow that, but I'm Betty Schultz, 67 Candace Lane. I agree with a lot of the comments that February is just a totally unrealistic timeframe. I've been involved in projects like this, and it's one of the reasons why I'm retired now. I know how difficult they can be and how long they take, and it's a totally unrealistic timeframe. I would support asking for an extension that would be acceptable to the court. But the one comment I want to make too is you're talking about presenting a tremendous amount of data at one meeting and then 2 weeks later making a final decision. I would suggest you put much more time between reviewing all that data and making a decision on it, having at least 2 meetings, having at least a month, so that you can get input from the public and not rush the decision. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now, there's no other new persons. I just want to clarify, because we're going to go to the second round. So do anyone else would like to make any comments who hasn't spoken yet? All right, this is Devlin.
Jane Devlin.
Yes.
Chatham Township, River Road. I wanted to go back to what was brought up a few speakers ago regarding the police station needing to be brought more up to compliance. My question is, are you saying then the police chief had gotten a letter notifying things were not in compliance, but he chose or in some way failed to notify the township committee? And also, how did the letter get in the township committee files if nobody from the township committee ever saw it?
Was that letter sent to anyone else?
I'll answer the question. We can't speculate on what happened when the letter was originally delivered to the township.
Sure.
But what I can say is that the current police chief provided me with a copy of the letter over the summer. And then that information was conveyed to the township committee. I don't know what happened. I will not speculate on what happened, but the information about our police department, specifically with the holding cells and the compliance of the Department of Corrections, came to light this summer. And there is in the past, there's always decisions that have to be weighed about what's important to be brought forward and what's something that could be a future consideration. So I don't want to speculate on why it didn't come forward.
But was it a new letter dated this summer, or did you receive a letter dated?
No, it was a copy of letters that had come previously.
What
to the
would you?
township.
So the current police chief provided.
The point of the matter is, no matter when it came, the township now knows about it. The township now knows that we have to take action. So it's pointless to speculate on why it didn't come forward. What is important is that we act on it, and that's what we're doing now. It's been brought forward, and so we can act on it.
I'm glad you're acting on it now, and I understand, especially since some members of this committee is new, and you're new as our administrator, and I think even the police chief is new. But I guess if people, at various times, constituents come before this microphone expressing concerns about a lack of transparency, whether it be on affordable housing issues, other type of issues, grant proposals, and perhaps now this, it just sort of may at best confuse people how a letter could have existed. I'm not asking you to be accountable for it. You weren't here. At least two of the current committee members may not have been here. I'm not quite sure the date of that letter. I believe as soon as it came to the current committee's attention and to your attention, you addressed it and are acting upon it. But for a committee historically that the town has felt could have improved in areas of transparency, this perhaps is another example of that ball being dropped. And could I just ask in closing, besides thank you for giving me the second chance to come to the mic, I understand the letter just came to you relatively recently, but are you able to say the date, say the month and the year of the letter?
Well, there was a letter that came in, I believe it was August of 2018, and that was a follow-up. There had been inspections that went back previous years. But the issue is, you talked about transparency, and that's good. This episode with the letter, this is something that's basically, we use it as, we're going to use this as a training episode, because it's something that's going to be addressed. It's something that's being corrected going forward.
Thank you.
And we've also looked, and we've touched 2 million pieces of paper in our construction office so that we can make sure that we have proper filing and that they're going to be ready for digitization, so that we will be able to get information out more rapidly to our committee, to our department heads, boards, commissions, and also to our residents. So That's part of the process.
Is it customary, not this specific incident, overall, is it customary if a letter like this or something of real significance comes to an official like a police chief to be shared with the town, or is this considered an unusual thing? Oh, the town committee, I'm sorry, I don't mean the town citizens, I beg your pardon, no. Is it if a letter like this had come, is it considered customary to be shared with the township committee, or at least the mayor of, the head of the township committee?
Jane, do you want to just stop beating around the bush? I never received the letter, okay? I know what you're angling here on behalf of Tracy and all of the
Pardon me.
constituents. Please,
Please.
Jane, I'm answering your question, okay? And now you're going to consider me rude and obnoxious for trying to defend myself. Stop beating around the bush. I never got the letter. Chief Henley got the letter apparently. Maybe he communicated to Tom Chiccarone, the old administrator. The committee never heard about it until Bob brought it up this summer. End of story.
Okay, excuse me? Thank you for trying to explain yourself, but I never, nor in this instance did I say anything direct to you. I do not be able, excuse.
I was the mayor at the time, Jane. No, don't give me a huff and puff.
No, I'm not huffing.
Okay?
I thought it was citizens forum.
Yeah, and I'm defending myself. I'm answering your questions and directing to this committee.
I am trying to gain information. I am not questioning any person. I do not beat around the bush ever when I speak. Whenever I ask a question or make a comment, please feel comfortable taking it at face value. If I want to specifically call someone to task, I would be comfortable doing that. I was just trying to get a general idea. I am not speaking on behalf of anyone on this committee, nor against anyone on this committee. I'm just trying to get an idea. So don't go away with that uncomfortable feeling. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
No uncomfortable with that.
All right, next person, please.
Hi, Donna Lyons, 21 Woodmont Drive. I have a comment and a question. So my comment is that I believe I'm correct in assuming that the majority of people who are at this meeting tonight either live in this neighborhood or live in the Rolling Hills neighborhood. And what I'd like to throw out there is the idea that as we talk about community involvement, that we don't forget that there are people in this town that live in lots of other neighborhoods that this may not be on their radar right now. And I would ask, how do we get it on their radar so that we don't end up with the same situation with another group of people saying, why didn't we know about this? Because we all know that even though it was on the website and all of this stuff, most people are going about their lives. And I would be willing to guess that this room at most township meetings is pretty empty. I don't mean any offense by that, but except for when people become aware of something that they think is affecting them. So I would just ask you to keep in mind, how do we get the word out so that the whole township gets to give their input, not just a couple of neighborhoods. And my question is, it's come up a few times tonight about the fact that we made a decision to donate the land for the affordable housing and how that works. But what I'm curious about, because clearly there are some people who don't think that was the right move. So what I don't understand is what are the other options? So if we didn't go with the municipal option where we donate the land and somebody else builds on it, what were the other options that were considered and why did we go with this option?
Can I try that one?
Sure, please.
I think Albert's tried a couple times in legalese, but let me try in a non-legal type way. This township committee grappled with this in executive session and came down in favor of the strategy that we're using, which is the 100% municipal-sponsored development. The other options, the main one is a builder's remedy, and basically an inclusionary zone, inclusionary solution in which if we had our obligation was 200, and what the inclusionary means is that you're allowing a builder to build a development of which 15 to 20% will be affordable. And it's the other 80% of the market rate that helps him cover his costs for, or her, cover the costs for that 15 or 20% that's affordable. But if you do the math, 200 units of affordable in that situation means 1,000 units total. So we looked at that as a township committee and said, we don't want to saddle Chatham Township with 1,000 new units in order to get 200 affordable. So we put that inclusionary option aside. The other options that we were able to solve some of our problem with was we went, and it's called, basically it's a market to affordable. There were 72 units down at Vernon Grove, which for 30 years had been affordable. And 2 years ago, the 30-year affordability clause in their deed expired, which is the normal across the state way those are written. And when that happens, they automatically become market rate units. And we were able to negotiate with their homeowners association and work out an agreement that was to the benefit of them and the benefit of the township, where for a fee every year for the next 30 years, we will contribute to their homeowners association, and they, in return, in response, will agree to keep their properties affordable. So that was a solution for 72 units. The Dixie Dale wrinkle was a little bit of a unique situation where a developer came to us and said, would you change the zoning of the Dixie Dale property from single-family residential to multifamily? And even though it's a 30-acre piece of property that could conceivably handle a lot of multifamily units, he committed to only build 54, which was later reduced to 53. He committed to restoring the mansion. He committed to dedicating 40% of the land as open space. And he said that he would build affordable units on another piece of property if the township could make that property available to him. And instead of doing the normal 15 to 20%, he would do 31, 32%. So, and he would do that without any actual cost to the township other than donating the land at the front end and agreeing to a pilot, a payment in lieu of taxes, once it was built, which is also a norm for affordable housing. So the two main mechanisms are inclusionary, which is the 80%,
Right.
20%, and the help me out, Albert.
Municipal,
The 100%
Yeah.
100% municipally sponsored,
Yeah.
which we knew going in was going to have expenses attached to it. We knew that we would have to come up with the land to do it, and we knew that if the builder could not get all of the tax credits from the state and the federal government that to cover it, that there could be a municipal expense that we'd have to contribute to make it happen. But even knowing that, the majority of the township committee decided that was money and we could afford that as opposed to 1,000 units of affordable housing.
okay. Thank you very much. I totally understand it now. One more quick question. Some people have talked about why are we doing rentals versus, I guess, was it an option to do units for purchase, or how does that work, and why did we go with rentals? Not that, I don't really personally have an opinion one way or the other, but I'm just curious about that issue.
Rentals give you double credit, so you get
Okay.
double credit.
You get a
if do-
bonus, not, you don't, you
Yes,
don't.
it's
you-
not double, but it's
You don't get double, but you get a bonus, and that's reflected in both Dixie Dale, where there were 24 units, and 24 units at the skate park and 24 bonus credits. So that means that number, that 24 units goes off the 200. And the same thing is true with the 74 units here, where a site to be located, you get 26 bonus credits. So as a result of bonus credits, 40 units do not have to be built. They are counted against the 200.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mrs. Lyons, before you go, I believe when Mike said 1,000 units of affordable housing,
No.
you meant 1,000 units of
1,000 units total.
1,000 units
multifamily
total.
dwelling.
Yeah.
I do want to just reintroduce the matter of builder's remedy. Basically, that's saying that a builder will come into our town and purchase land with his own money, unlike what we've talked about here, which is a builder getting the land for free. Then the builder applies for tax credits and other grants and so on, so the builder therefore covers his entire expense in order to build the affordable housing that we're talking about here, the 100% municipally sponsored affordable housing. All the builder's costs are covered. When they hang the threat of a builder's remedy over our township, I believe it's far more dramatic than the likelihood of it actually happening, to the tune of 1,000 units of multifamily dwellings. Where are we going to put? Where is the builder going to come into Chatham Township and buy up the properties with his own capital and apply for zoning of previously single-family dwellings and apply for high-density building, multifamily dwellings? A builder is doing this with his own money. And for every 10 units, he puts 2 affordable housing units in. So he's going to come in, buy the land with his own capital, invest in his own engineering, invest in his own architecture, invest in his own zoning contest before our zoning board to change. All the time, this is all his money, not money that's being given to him by grants. So I really don't see where 1,000 units are ever going to be brought to Chatham Town. Where's the builder going to come to buy up all that property with his own money?
I can't answer that question, but what I can say is that what I'm aware of is that Milburn is fighting a builder's remedy lawsuit, Livingston, West Orange.
When they're fighting a builder's remedy, what do you mean by that?
All I know, you know what, I don't know the details, but I know that they're all facing builder's remedy.
Everybody who's facing a lawsuit by Fair Share Housing at this
I
point
believe there's a
has
specific
been-
builder that is bringing those.
Because the
Yeah.
builders know that the minute a township walks
Yeah.
away from a Fair Share Housing agreement, the builders will be able to try to come in and buy the property with their own money.
Right,
Until
so,
that time when they walk away, we have immunity from a builder's remedy. But if we stay with this agreement, if we're going to continue to agree to work within the confines of this settlement, which we signed in December of 2018, then we will maintain that immunity from builder's remedy. So when people say we're rolling the dice, I suppose we're rolling the dice on capitalism, we're rolling the dice on market value, we're rolling the dice on saying, is a builder going to come in to your neighborhood and buy homes up and build multifamily dwellings in place of your home? I don't know where else he's going to do it. He's not going to buy it on vacant land because we don't have any.
They couldn't just
Okay.
buy this building.
That's great. So next person, please.
David Workman, 19 Susan Drive. For transparency, I think the committee may want to consider a different type of notification of issues like this that affect people, because a lot of people just were surprised at the timing of this. Mr. Ritter, you had suggested June 11th. Is that something which is going to be put into effect?
Well, I think after the public hearing, then we discuss the resolution to
Mhm.
which the committee can make amendments. We can say June 11th of 2020 or June 11th of
We
2021.
we can make amendments, yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
We can make amendment to this resolution, as Kurt said, and when we discuss.
I
And
will,
when you're
I will
done-
propose June 11th.
Thank you.
When you're done, then we're going to close the floor
Mhm.
to the public. Then we're going to start, next item on the agenda is that particular resolution.
We
We're
have
gonna
only
start.
gotten through the
Okay.
top quarter
Yeah.
of the
Yeah.
agenda
And
right
please,
now.
if you can,
Sure.
try to keep your
More
comments.
business to be done.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to say is, you have one heck of a brain trust here. You have architects, you have engineers, you have lawyers, you have real estate professionals. The committee is all very successful, I'm sure. discussions. But you have a lot of people in this town, as people have said before, that really can help with this. You know, this gentleman, Mike, was willing to really spearhead this. I think he was looking for the authority to do it, and nobody gave it to him. So I would like somebody to recommend letting him, letting Doug, letting the people that really can help affect this, do it. I mean, this is free. You have people in this town that will work. It's a passion project. So rather than, I understand you want to, pay people, or you don't want to pay people, but you may have to pay people, and I understand that. But you have real experts here. So I think that we want to use our own town. I mean, these people are offering their time. And I would like somebody to recommend empowering this gentleman who's not, right behind me, to doing this.
I think earlier tonight, you saw the Chatham Athletic Foundation.
Yes.
That was a group of citizens.
Very impressive.
Who collected, they met among themselves to say, we got to solve for this problem. We've got a problem on our hands right here. No one's stopping you all from creating the Chatham Affordable Housing Coalition.
But who did they?
Get your like-minded folks together, right? Identify your set of architects, designers, planners, et cetera, and so on. Find someone who's going to lead it, who can be the liaison to the committee.
Mm-hmm.
Again, earlier this year, we had this proposal of creating a technology subcommittee, because all the technology issues we're facing here in the township, right? There aren't any, right? That's regardless. The fact of the matter is, we've got an issue here. So why don't we, to your point, create a subcommittee on affordable housing?
When the gentleman who did the sports, when they did this, who did they engage with? Did they just do it and then present their findings, or did they actually engage with somebody? And we're under a bit of a time crunch here, unless it gets moved to June 11th. So,
Time crunch.
excuse me?
June 11th is still not a lot of time.
No, it isn't. But you have somebody who's really taking lead. I mean, he walks the neighborhood, he talks to us, and you have a lot of people who are willing to get behind this. So let's say that this is done, who do we engage with? And how is that done? Not just over coffee?
Well, Mr. Workman.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Mr. Workman, with all due respect, I think we have seen government operate at a glacial pace right here before us. You know,
It happens.
We've been, well, it certainly does, and at times it's actually a good thing, so as not to have knee-jerk reactions. But I believe that citizens, when they get together, can be a little bit more nimble than we can.
Absolutely. We're just dealing with the here and
And I
now.
know that we do have pockets of neighborhood interest. You do have people who live in Rolling Hill who are coalescing. We have people here in more close to your neighborhood on Susan Drive. So really, the best thing to do is to get among yourselves and figure out which of your experts are there and maybe appoint a spokesperson. And if your section of town wants to interface with the Rolling Hill section, what could be better?
Well, how do we present the findings to you then?
You come right on in.
But does it have to be at this meeting, or can it be
I would say it would
anytime?
have to be at a public meeting, because right now we're already dealing with the challenges of transparency or lack thereof. So I would say the best route to go is to consult your mayor for next year, whoever that is, and then say to the mayor, I would like a spot on the agenda. And then the agenda can be put out through your group, through the Rolling Hills group, through Twitter, through a citizens alert on our text messages. And to that end, you can have time on the floor for your presentations. And as you said, perhaps we're under a time constraint, but you're far more nimble than we are. We meet every 2
Absolutely.
weeks.
Okay.
Right.
Last thing, I just want to, and I may have misunderstood this, but I think somebody drilled down on the fact that the executive committee meetings, that we were all under the impression legally had to be private, did not have to be private, or did I just misunderstand that?
No, the question was it court-ordered?
Right.
The answer to that is no.
Then why wasn't it open?
Because under the Open Public Meetings Act, matters of litigation are confidential. And it is personnel, things of that nature are all confidential and subject to discussion in closed session. There comes a point where things are released from closed session and they become public, and that's what has occurred. So we are now in that phase where it is permissible not to discuss it in executive session and bring it into open session.
But unfortunately, that phase is a very short amount of time for the reaction you've been getting over the past couple of weeks. So I mean, I hear what you're saying, but if it wasn't court-ordered, I think everybody should have known sooner.
But it's what is permissible under the Open Public Meetings Act. That is what governs. The court is not going to micromanage how a committee operates. It says work within the confines of the Open Public Meetings Act, and that's what occurred here.
But are you saying that it's permissible to not let people in, or is it also permissible to let us know?
Well, the concept of the agenda and notice, the agenda is put out before every meeting, and though this may be something that may seem a little awkward to you, citizens do have a responsibility to check on the agenda if there's an item that's interested them. Otherwise, the Township Committee would have to notify every person in town about every item on the agenda.
Well, maybe just the people affected by it by return mail, or some sort of certified letter. People
Again,
within like a mile of this
That's
place?
something that the law does not.
Just because the law doesn't necessitate it, isn't it a smart idea?
That's a different topic, okay? But the law does not require it. You're asking much more than what the law is required.
Okay, please, yes, please introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm Mike Oyen, 3 Hillcrest Avenue. I'd like to try to nail down this 6-month extension. Now, Mr. Ritter has said that he would back instructing Mr. Cruz to seek a 6-month extension. Is that correct? Correct. Okay.
Now, what Mr. Ritter said is he would propose that to the remainder of the committee.
Right.
And that there would be a committee discussion.
Right, and so what I'm asking is in that discussion, whether the individual members will support Mr. Ritter's proposal.
I promise you, I will do that for you.
Great.
Okay, I will ask that question to every member when we get to the
Well, yes,
committee
but why
discussion.
can't
I
we,
promise you, I will
why
do it.
can't we ask now for a commitment?
Because we have others waiting to make comments, and we have to close the floor, then we have to start discussing it.
All I'm asking for is...
No.
All I'm asking for is a quick poll. Are you committed to asking for the 6-month extension or not?
Mr. Mayor, until the public comment period is completed, it really is, a poll is unfair to be requested of the committee because you're not voting on the final item. So let's complete the public discussion on this. You close this section of the public session and then have your discussion when everyone has spoken and come to a resolution.
Well, that's one view. Another view is that they give us publicly their commitment to seeking a 6-month extension.
Mayor?
So I would ask...
Mike, I hear what you're saying, but I personally would need to benefit from discussion up here and some discussion with our attorney before I could answer that kind of a question. You're perfectly within your rights to ask for it, but if you ask me, at this point, I could not promise what date I'm going to pull up as being the best date. I just simply have to have a discussion to get to that point. This is a premature question.
We'll be able to hear the discussion, right, after this.
Mayor,
Right after this, we're going to discuss this.
As soon as we close this up, we're
You're
going to
be
discuss
here.
that.
We're going to be here.
do you think this is an unfair question, Mayor?
It's not an unfair question. It's a perfect question. Honestly, that's how I think. But we have to have the discussion with the
Okay,
committee members.
thank you.
But you will be here and you will hear from us. I mean,
Okay,
you're not-
thank you very much.
We're not going in back room to this.
In the secret room.
We're here.
Yeah.
All right, next person.
Richard Matlaga from Dale Drive. Couple things. First of all, with what Mr. Cruz said about the agenda, and what's hard when you try to follow what's going on at these committee meetings, and everyone would like to be informed, if you take the agenda for this evening's meeting that was issued on December 6th and compare it to the agenda that we pick up in the back of the room, there's different items on it. So it is difficult. You have to make an effort. And as you are well aware, you have a problem of trust with the citizens that are coming here. That's why Mike was just asking you to do it, because they're just unsure where you're going. And they feel that this is a train that is just going down the tracks, and there's nothing we can do to change what it's doing. The last thing I would ask is that when you look at when you go back to the court and you tell them, that you're looking for property. We have the Rolling Knolls on Britain Road, Superfund site, that the government has been playing around. I've been in town 40 years, I've been playing around with it. Until the government can step up and do something there, why are we bending over backwards to do something over here? Tell them, they act, we'll act. They don't act, why?
Thank you. Yes, please.
Ann De Silva, Dale Drive also. So, my understanding with the builder solution
Yes,
that
please.
Karen brought up with the builder solution, if what I've read is that if the builders come in, they don't have to accord with our zoning laws in our
They
town?
absolutely do. They can apply for all of the variations, but they have to apply for all of the variations.
But-
They're not just gonna come in and build 10 homes on an acre of property. They have to come in and apply for all of that zoning recoordination. They have to obey the law.
Counsel, you were saying
That,
something.
that is without a builder's remedy. If a builder's remedy occurs, then the judgment of the court is substituted for your zoning.
They still have to apply for it.
The
No.
judgment of the court is substituted for your zoning. So you lose control of your zoning. Part of your zoning ordinance may apply, part of it may not apply. It may be that you have a 35-foot height limitation, and the court would say, no, you do not need to abide by that 35-foot height limitation. There may be modifications on the setback lines. So that's really what the impact of a builder's remedy
Right, but
lawsuit
Mr.
is.
Cruz, they
that
have
you-
to come into town and they have to buy this property and then make amends for all of these concessions.
Well,
They're not
typically-
just gonna walk in and build things.
Typically, what would happen, yes, there is a process. If you are asking,
Thank you.
is there a process? Yes, and that process is, the builder comes to town. If you have a compliant plan, meaning you have immunity and you have a judgment of repose, that builder does have to abide by your zoning ordinance. If you don't have a compliant plan, if you don't have immunity, then the court is really the one that becomes a super planning board or a super board of adjustment, and they're the ones that control the zoning. And in those circumstances, the builder has the upper hand in terms of what is allowed to be zoned. So that is the risk, and you're speaking of, there is no land. I have represented many municipalities over the years which have
Yeah,
found
we've talked
that
about
they
this.
have
I understand
land.
that, Albert,
Okay?
of course, and so do these people. This is their town. They're here every day.
Karen, we'd like to hear from the lawyer, please.
Okay. I've given the example of, for a long time, went out of my way to go to Hunterdon County Municipality because they thought they had no land that would make them susceptible to a builder's remedy, and next to a train station. And for a period, I would go back and just look at what was built next to it. It was on the side of a hill with switchback roads back and forth, and it totally amazed me that that was permitted. But that was a result of a municipality miscalculating the fact that they had more land available than they thought. A builder found this piece of property. They were not immune from litigation, and the builder, frankly, took advantage of that, and you have now, as I said, something that I went and just looked at because I simply was, thought that that was
How did
really
the
out of
builder
character.
come by that land?
He bought it,
With his own money?
correct.
Thank you.
That is how a builder's remedy lawsuit works. The builder buys the land, comes to the municipality and says, you don't have a plan, I can supply all or a part of it. So you're going to get a builder that could get a builder's remedy for 1 or 2 affordable units. But again, you are correct that that is land that is being purchased by a builder.
And my comment would be that we do have land that has been for sale, like Noe Pond. They tried to sell to Fairmont, it didn't work out. All the country clubs in town, they could decide to sell land at any time to anybody. And this is an important issue that we need to remain compliant with the court, in my opinion.
Okay.
I think,
Thank you.
Ann, that in talking about builder's remedy, that I don't think that we're actually looking at it appropriately. I think that, and I have every reason to believe that Karen negotiated in good faith in settling when we were actually being sued for noncompliance. So the decision that the committee made, including Karen, was we do not want to face builder's remedy. We're going to settle, which we were being sued by the court.
Well, let me, if I may, in 2015.
For compliance.
In 2015, the New Jersey Supreme Court held that the Council on Affordable Housing was a dysfunctional agency, no longer providing guidance to municipalities on affordable housing. So it went back to something that had occurred in the late 70s and 80s. It took the jurisdiction from COA and returned it to the courts. So the courts now became an administrative agency administering affordable housing throughout the state of New Jersey. And instead of having one agency with one philosophy and one policy, you now have a series of 13 judges through the 13 vicinages in the state of New Jersey making those kinds of decisions without that uniformity. So in March of 2015, the Supreme Court said COA is dysfunctional. It returned the matters back to the courts. The Supreme Court gave municipalities a period through the beginning of July 2015 to apply, as you would apply and as you had applied to COA for, in the case of COA, it's substantive certification. In the case of the court, is a judgment of repose for confirmation of your affordable housing obligation, confirmation of the mechanisms that you utilize to meet those obligations. So the township instituted what is technically referred to as a declaratory judgment action, which is you went to court and asked, give the township the protection of the court against builders' remedy lawsuits. That's what was allowed, and the township took advantage of that in order to continue to be immune and protected. To enjoy that immunity, that means you have to come up with a plan. And that's what ultimately resulted in December of 2018. There was a suit by Fair Share Housing, separate and apart from the declaratory judgment action, after the Township Committee rezoned the Dixie Dale property. Fair Share Housing started a separate lawsuit, basically saying, you've rezoned property, and at that point, we were utilizing a vacant land adjustment in order to be able to mitigate your overall obligation, and a vacant land adjustment means you have limited land to develop within the municipality, and that's why utilizing the vacant land adjustment, you ended up with 200 units of a realistic development potential as opposed to a much higher number. But Fair Share Housing said, okay, you've rezoned this property at Dixie Dale, and you haven't really taken full advantage of that property's potential for affordable housing. So Fair Share Housing sued the municipality and in essence stopped the Dixie Dale development in its tracks because a developer is unable to obtain financing to build any development if there's pending litigation against the potential approvals there. So there was a conscious decision made to settle both of them. It was a global settlement. The townships.
I'm sorry, Albert, settle both of what?
The declaratory judgment action and the Dixie Dale suit challenging
So it's a declaratory judgment instead of, it's not correct nomenclature to say two lawsuits, it's an action by the court that we're being asked to do.
Right, what my comment was is that it's not an action by the court. In both cases, in one case, the municipality went before the court and asked for immunity, and that's the declaratory judgment action. In the other case, Fair Share Housing sued the town saying, you don't have a plan, and that was true, we didn't have a plan, and you're taking land that could be used for affordable housing at a higher density with a higher gross of units, of market units to yield X number of affordable housing units, and that zoning should be set aside. the Township Committee made a conscious decision to resolve both suits, and they're linked, because Fair Share Housing wouldn't have dismissed a suit challenging the zoning if there wasn't an overall plan going forward to settle the case.
So now my question is, if we're out there in the public, or Karen's out there in the public, talking about this builder's remedy, that we think we should just say phooey and go back against what was settled less than a year ago with the express reason not to enter into builder's remedy lawsuits and to settle the Fair Share Housing lawsuit, I mean, then what are we saying to the court?
Well, you don't have to be a lawyer to make that assessment. You sit at a table, you negotiate with Fair Share Housing, you negotiate with the court-appointed special master under the supervision and reporting back to a judge. If you were in any of those three positions, and the township at one point said, yes, we're going to abide by this settlement, and a year later says, no, we're not going to abide by it, what would your reaction be?
My reaction would be the same reaction that I'm having right now, which is, what in the world are we talking about?
On a builder's remedy lawsuit?
Yeah.
Why are you going to expose yourself to that?
Correct.
Okay?
Well,
So,
that's,
again-
and with all due respect, that's great, but at least I am out there talking about it. Because
Well,
if
you should be out
everybody,
here talking about it to the committee.
If
For
everybody-
the 11 months that I've been on the committee, I have not heard this once.
well, it's been bantered about for years.
Well, maybe during
And
the years of the negotiations,
the
which
idea
is what
of,
you settled.
Mrs. Ness, the idea of builder's remedy has been out there
know
for
what?
a long time.
Is this the public comment section or not? Just curious.
I'm sorry.
Please,
I'm
please,
a member of the public.
please introduce yourself.
Mark Hamilton, 132 Highland Avenue. Obviously, this meeting's been going on for a long time, so I won't retread ground that has already been tread. I was watching from home, and I just will say very quickly that I agree with pretty much everything that's been said about the extension process and the reasonable extension process. And Mrs. Ness, I don't think anybody's going to say phooey or whatever the word you used was, that we're repudiating the settlement, or we're ripping up the settlement or ignoring the settlement. I don't think anybody said that. I think the point is a lot of ground has been covered in the last year. When you talk about Dixie-Dale and the skate park and the very recently inflamed public interest in this issue, which I think was the result of a lack of transparency and frankly, maybe some, in retrospect, poor decision-making. I understand what's permissible under the Public Meetings Act, but maybe there was a little too much secrecy, I think. But people are interested now, for better or worse, and from my perspective, and I think the public's, I don't think that it would be unreasonable at all, and I understand you're going to discuss this shortly, to go back to the court, and I'm sure Mr. Cruz can very effectively articulate and itemize the massive steps and progresses that have taken place, and just let the court know, we're working on it. We're working on it really, really hard, and we need more time, and till February is facially ridiculous. It's not enough time. And I honestly believe that a judge would understand that. So that's point A. And I know that this has been talked about ad nauseum, and you're going to discuss it after the public commentary period, and I appreciate that. And obviously, I would add my name to the list of people strongly supporting asking for at least a 6-month extension, which I think is completely reasonable under the circumstances. But I did, what prompted me to get off my couch and come over here when I was watching earlier is maybe a minute point, but something that I think really could warrant for some clarification, which is this perceived linkage between the police station and a letter that was apparently received from the state or the Department of Corrections or whoever, and affordable housing, and specifically this site. And I was hoping that maybe Mr. Cruz could clarify for us a simple question, which is, I understand what the letter was, and there are apparently new requirements for holding cells in various police station specifications. But does the state, the Department of Corrections, or any other body possess any sort of enforcement power or control over this township that could force us to do anything vis-a-vis the police station if we just chose to leave it as is? Or is this more like an ADA type situation where if we chose to remodel or rebuild the police station, then we would be bound by certain more modern update requirements. But is there anything that we are absolutely under an obligation to do with the police station?
Well, I think that's a question better directed to Mr. Hoffman than myself, but I'll give you my understanding of it. And that is, municipal holding cells are governed by very detailed regulations issued by the New Jersey Department of Corrections. It basically, these regulations provide for a checklist of what you're supposed to have. One of the items is a secure sally port. It is an area where police cars can come in. The person being detained or arrested is segregated from the remainder of that building and from the remainder of the public, and is in an area before being placed in a holding cell that cannot escape and potentially harm the public. So it is a very strict requirement regarding sally ports, because it presents a real threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the police officers, the people that work in the police department, and the area and the residents within that area. Another major requirement is a separation of jail holding cells between female and male. There has to be that physical separation between the two. There are other requirements that, and I do not recall those details, and that's why I suggested Mr. Hoffman, that were non-compliant. So in essence, what the remedy for that is that the police department loses the ability to arrest people. And that is because they don't have a proper place to house them. Okay? So you need to...
No, not okay. So does the police department, Chatham Township Police Department is not allowed to arrest people? Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that. What I said is if they don't have a compliant place...
Well, do we have a compliant place right now?
Our police department is compliant until October of 2021. After October of 2021, if anybody is arrested or detained by the Chatham Police Department, we will not be able to detain them at the current Chatham Police Department. They will have to go someplace else. The township well, the so is that we have reached out to other communities via the police department. Other communities are not willing to accept our detainees. So that is an issue.
Really? The Morris County Sheriff recently told me personally about his eagerness to accept other people's detainees.
Well, the Morris County Jail facility was one of the facilities that was contacted, and they said they would not be accepting township detainees. So I don't know, I'm not sure in what context the sheriff told you that, but that's something that has to be worked out between the police agencies. So as of now, we will be able to use the police department to detain individuals until October of 2021. That's when our exemption from the Department of Corrections expires.
Okay, appreciate the clarification. But the answer to the question is right now, there is no obligation to do anything. But I understand that it's hanging out there, and it's something that wants to be addressed. But I just want to clarify that it was not, linked to, for example, this deadline, this purported deadline about getting back to the court on the affordable housing plan. And that there is not, it seemed that there was a picture being painted that there was a need right now to A, come up with a site for affordable housing, and B, immediately address this, and somehow that combination resulted in landing on this particular site, and the additional plan to not only turn over this building, but also incur the cost and expense of building a new municipal complex, which I don't think is a good idea.
What you are addressing is there are several things that are coming to fruition at the same time. We have our affordable housing obligations that has the immediate deadline, but we also have this deadline to do something with our police department before October of 2021. And there are other long-term mechanical issues that need to be addressed at the police department. As I had mentioned earlier, The roof is 43 years old, the mechanicals are 43 years old, and they're reaching the end of their life cycles. So that's something that has to be addressed, and it's all coming together at about the same time, and it makes sense from a financial perspective, if you're going to look at these issues, to make sure that you bundle them together so that you get the best get the best rate when you have to go out for bond anticipation notes or long-term debt.
Sounds very, very complicated, and exactly the type of thing that I think would warrant a significant extension of the various deadlines that we're facing if somebody was to articulate that to the court. So that's very strongly what I would recommend, and I think most of the community would support. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please.
George Pickle, 44 Mountain View Road. I just want to ask one question. Are you going to do, this is about safety, are you going to do a program, if this goes through, to study Mountain View Road on the traffic situation? I'll give you an example. My children went to school here when it was a school. And in the process, the traffic was so bad that we had to go to the police department and get a petition, and we put up a chain to stop people from coming down Mountain View Road. And now you have more children, more people, and you actually have a thoroughfare for here. They're going this way, and they're speeding. And even at the stop sign at the top of the hill, which I brought up the fact is, underneath it should be no parking within 50 feet, but they never put it up. So I just want to know if you're going to study the whole situation, if this goes through. You know, that's all. Thank
With
you.
all due respect, sir, one of the things that we did discuss, or at least I brought up with the specter of this building being turned over, was creating a cul-de-sac at the end of Mountain View, at least to limit traffic as far as this parking lot is
Yeah,
concerned.
we even had to go out and start a safety patrol with the boys.
Right, and I understand that means that traffic has excess and egress through Mountain View, of course, through Myersville, and that's an impact of its own.
Right, because people don't want to hit that corner.
There's absolutely no way we would continue with the development without addressing
You
a
don't have any
neighborhood
sidewalks,
and
you don't have any lights, you don't have, you know.
Right,
Okay.
exactly.
Thank you very
Nobody would
much.
Nobody would take
I made it a little easier on
concern
you.
of
Thank
their
you.
neighborhood
Thank you.
with
Now,
anything but.
Now, I see no one else coming up to the microphone, and I'm closing the floor to the public. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. And now, next item on the agenda is the resolution 2019-217 authorizing township attorney to request extension of affordable housing compliance hearing date. And I will just...
So moved.
Wait.
I'll second it.
Okay. The resolution 2019-217, resolution of the Township of Chatham, County of Morris, State of New Jersey, authorizing the township attorney to request an extension of the affordable housing compliance hearing. Now, do I have a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Second. Okay, committee discussion.
I would propose amending the date on, you need the exact-
Mr. Mayor, if I could just, before that's done, I do think
Yes.
it's appropriate to have the following explanation, and that is, this really is 6 months. Doesn't appear like that, but this is 6 months. And as was alluded to before, the key date here is to get to a compliance hearing. And so that compliance hearing would be scheduled during the week of May 11th, which is really 6 months from now. And so you're working backwards and you're working forward because there are certain steps that need to be done, including because the compliance hearing will be a public hearing before the Superior Court judge, there has to be a need to provide a specific notice of that hearing, and that period has to be built into this schedule. In addition to that, for example, December 19th is a date where you're committing by adopting this resolution to have a meeting on that date to discuss those two particular ordinances. The remainder of the dates arise as a result of a discussion between Mr. Hoffman and myself as to what would be realistic to accomplish these tasks. Now, that is a judgment call, but I want to make sure the committee understands that the goal here is to arrive or have a compliance hearing with the court whereby the municipality can prove that it is constitutionally compliant with its affordable housing obligation. So this is a 6-month extension to achieve that goal. The dates here are based upon an estimate, an educated estimate, based upon the background work that Mr. Hoffman has done of getting to these dates. So it wasn't an arbitrary decision or recommendation, and this is a recommendation. It's based upon 6 months trying to get to a compliance hearing and meeting milestones in the process that address the concerns that have been raised. So I just...
Possible, so we would have to ask for a year in order to get to June.
Well, you'd have to ask really...
Can we do that?
Well, you can ask, but again, I think what you're trying to do is build some sort of continued good faith with the judge, and I've expressed that before, that you want to continue to demonstrate a willingness to proceed forward. In any of these things, there are always unforeseen events, but there has to be a willingness to commit to something other than an open-ended type of extension. You will not get an open-ended extension. You will not get a year extension. And the fact of the matter is that Fair Share Housing will oppose any extension. So you want to make sure that the judge is receptive to what you're proposing. You want to make sure that the court-appointed special master also is receptive to what is being appointed, and that view it realistically. And I think part of and again, respectfully to the residents in town, this meeting could be viewed in the same fashion as the prior 2 meetings of not in my backyard. And that a judge will not be receptive to, because that is not a legally sustainable objection, not in my backyard. If, as I said, the compliance hearing will have a public hearing before the judge, and certainly all of the residents can come and express their displeasure to the judge, and there are steps before the Township Committee, at the Planning Board, as has been explained, where again the public can come and express their feelings. But there has been a lot of talk about whatever walking away from the settlement means, and Fair Share Housing is aware of that talk. The special master is aware of that talk. So I think you've got to really reaffirm to the court, as the last whereas clause says, that you're reaffirming that settlement agreement, that you will work in good faith to try to resolve it. And so that is how this schedule was developed. It was worked backwards and frontwards to try to get to an understanding of the steps that have to be taken, and to show the court what those steps are, because the court understands the public process that occurs at any of these steps.
Thank you, Albert. I've always been told, don't ask, don't get. And I would think, as articulate as you've been for the past few minutes explaining why the dates on this resolution were outlined, you could, between now and the 17th, come up with a compelling argument as to why we are suggesting they move the first date from February 13th to June 11th. There's a number of things we've mentioned before, not always in agreement. You call it the NIMBY issue. I also call the fact that you've got 2 new committee members coming on board. You said that's not an argument either, right? There's a lot of things that we can bring to, the court. They may not agree with it one way or the other, but you know what? I think we've got to fight for it. That's what we've heard resoundingly these past 2 committee meetings, that the residents are up in arms and want something done. If we go to the court and give them everything they want, because we think it's just going to be, pass right through, then I'm not doing my job as a committee member. If the rest of these 4 folks can do what they want, I'm going to suggest we amend it to June 11th. It's not going to make your job easier, Albert. I understand that, and apologies, but that's what we're paying you for.
No, it's not a question of making my job easier or not easier.
Well, it would be a
It's
lot easier if you went
it-
there with this thing.
No, this is not easy either.
Well, it's a lot easier than June
Okay.
11th, I would suspect.
Well, the fact of the matter is that it is trying to develop or continue to develop good faith with the court, because you will have problems. And if you go to the court with something that is 9 months from now,
Okay, I would also argue, I think the residents have not been attuned to everything that's been going on in executive session. The court has been. The court knows we have been working diligently over the past year to resolve this issue. The residents don't believe that or don't think so for right reasons, but the court sure as hell knows what's been going on here. And they know that we haven't been sitting on our hands. So if the court wants to take that attitude, you know what, so be it.
Okay.
Can it be impressed upon them enough that this is really not a not in my backyard issue? I truly don't believe that. I'm hearing from these folks here that a portion of the development here and a portion of it there and a portion of it here is desirable for us to stay within the confines of these figures. But to put it all in one place and to make it an enclave and to make it a 100% affordable 70-odd units, I just think that people would rather see it spread out throughout the neighborhood. I think it lends dignity. I think it lends a little bit more homogeneity in our community to have some folks all we're all in this together. I think we know that. And I to Kurt's point, when you drop this bomb on our residents, it's a shock to all of us. The courts have known all along that we're working towards these solutions.
I've expressed my view. I will argue the points that you asked me to do as best that I can. It's a policy decision on the length of the extension. I'm giving you my judgment as to what I think is a reasonable extension to request.
Now,
Because you don't want to be put in the situation where the judge says, no, that is unreasonable. I'm going to strip you of your immunity, or Mr. Cruz, I'll give you your hearing on whether you're constitutionally compliant or not, but we're having a hearing on that issue. And so the issue then becomes, are you compliant or not, as opposed to, are you trying to become compliant and meeting those obligations? So that's the risk, or this is all a decision on how much risk you want to take. And that is the question really of the walking away. It's a question of how much tolerance for risks you have. As your professional, I can't advise you to roll the dice.
Okay.
That's not my role.
We got it. I'm gonna actually, here is.
I need to ask a question now.
You will, okay, then you will make comments too, so, I mean, because I want to make sure I hear from everyone. So before, yes, go ahead with the question.
Is this something, since it seems to be in 6-month bites, is this something that's the same with the court? Because when the agreement was struck, the timeline was 6 months, which was completely inadequate when the agreement was struck. Did we have the chance to make it longer then? Did we have the chance to say, we can't do this in 6 months, we need a year? Because it seems like we've now, by not negotiating that as part of the agreement, we've now used up our braces with 3 extensions, when it was untenable, when the agreement was originally struck, to even do this in 6 months.
In hindsight, yes. Okay, but that's not what was, those were not the facts then, as was explained before. I have 20/20 vision, but it's only in hindsight. Looking forward, I can't say. Okay, so that is absolutely correct if it's hindsight. We're now talking about trying to project what's occurred based upon almost a year that has passed since the settlement agreement. Believe it or not, the court has been tolerant with the municipality and has extended itself. To me, you have the potential of the court viewing this, of the special master and fair share housing viewing this as just simply a delay tactic.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, wait, no, the public comment session is over. Yes, please, I want to hear from Deputy Mayor.
I know that, Bob, you and Albert have been communicating with the court master and with Fair Share Housing Center, and I think there's been a period of time when that's been happening, and I think one of my questions is, if your sense is that they are amenable to a 6-month, but not a longer extension, I think at this point, we're in the middle of December, and 6 months does take us into the middle of June. If you thought we could, if you think that they're amenable to 6 months, then can we, under that umbrella, ask for 6 months? And in fact, that would take us into June and give us that extra time. And then I guess the second question that I have is, in order to not compact this into 2 meetings in February, is there a cushion after February, between February and our drop-dead deadline, whether it is the middle of May or middle of June? Have we built in some extra cushion there that we can, in response to the questions and the comments that were made tonight, can we compact that cushion and give a little bit more time between a presentation on February 13th and a decision, instead of at the next meeting, have an extra 2 weeks or whatever at that point?
I think it's if you're working within the confines of this schedule and adjusting the dates in this schedule and not pushing them out, that's something that certainly you should consider. But I think you should be working within the confines of this schedule.
What if we ask for 8 months?
Again, you're asking me to speculate.
Because that would give us that extra time frame for those extra meetings
again,
in between they're not going to give us a year.
And you see, that's precisely why these discussions are held in executive session, okay? Because this is like watching sausage being made, okay? We sit here and argue about these things. It's like me asking you, personnel discussions are held in executive session. Why? Because you talk about salary and you talk about performance evaluation, and really the employer and employee should not have those things washed out in public. So my recommendation, again, I didn't come up with this on my own. I discussed it with Mr. Hoffman. It is based upon, Mr. Hoffman is the person that is going out and getting this information. That's his judgment as to what is reasonable.
Okay.
And we're working backwards and forward to try to come up with a cogent schedule.
Okay.
So I would propose an amendment to section D, line B, changing February 13th to June 11th, 2020, and then outdating the subsequent dates accordingly.
Okay, I'll make my comments as well.
I didn't understand Albert's answer, though, on working within these dates. Is there any chance to compact the actions that have to be taken after February so that we can buy ourselves an extra 2 weeks in February and still keep to this deadline?
Yes, you can't shift those dates.
We could shift
I
them.
mean, it may mean having a special meeting, it may mean something along those lines, but yes, these dates can be shifted.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I would say
Again,
this.
these dates are built around township committee meetings
Yep.
and planning board meetings.
Yep.
Regularly scheduled planning board meetings and regularly scheduled township committee meetings. If you want to have special meetings in between there, you can do that.
Okay. All right, so you're not negotiating with us. You're negotiating for us. So you're going to go there and you can go negotiate and get it done what we wish you to achieve. That's what I'm thinking. That's going to happen. So
I don't think we should go all the way to
So
March.
I agree this
have to
this
read
timeline
that,
is
but I
very
think we shouldn't
compact
say
and
that
it's
now.
nothing achievable in these times. I'm thinking February 27th, 13th, only 2 months. And if we, and I will definitely support extending this. How much? I don't know, 5 months, 6 months. I think 6 months would be reasonable to come up with a better real, I wouldn't say better, real plan. And at that point, it could be June 11th, June 15th, June 1st, June, that whatever the date is, what's out there right now is June 11th, and
So that would be the first committee meeting in June.
June 11th is a committee meeting?
It's the second Thursday of the month.
Well, then, schedule will be set up for reorganization meeting, so we don't know what the date was.
Okay, so, okay. I'd say June timeframe is, I think, is achievable. And I'm hoping come June, we're not in the same situation. And so we have enough data to make the better and good decisions that everybody can agree on. And everybody will not agree on, but I agree what Karen said. I said the same thing before. And I think spreading this out, the sharing the burden throughout the town is better than putting everything in one location, either this location or somewhere else, either by Southern Boulevard. I think that should be a shared burden, and if you call it a burden. So that is my opinion. And I will support the extension in the June timeframe, June 11th, let's say, if that's the date. And
For me?
yes, please.
We have the best advice from our attorney that there's a significant difference in his mind between going in with May versus going in with June as the final deadline. And he does say that we can take up some of the slack with some special meetings scheduled so that we can give the public what they're asking for, which is more time to digest the results. If we get the results in that first meeting in February, rather than lock ourselves into a decision at the second meeting in February, we can push that back and make up the lost time with some special meetings. What strikes me is that if in the interest of trying to do what's best for the township, there is a component in there in term, it may very well be what's best for the township is to do something that keeps us in the good graces of the court. And I think that a unanimous vote here would go a long way toward accomplishing that good graces. I mean, I think if I was the judge and I got a split vote on supporting the settlement, my danger antenna would go up, and I'd really grill the representative that we were sending in to face him on what does that mean and what should he read into that. So I think it's important that we come to a conclusion that 5 people can support.
Well, not for nothing,
makes
Mike,
sense.
2 of those no votes or extension votes would be myself and Typhoon, who are not going to be here next year. So regardless, you got a new committee coming on next year who might have different opinions anyways.
I think that we've heard from our attorney that every governing body changes makeup every year. And
Exactly, so this current governing body is making the recommendation. So if right now there's 2 saying extend it to June. Right?
When are you saying extended to June now?
I'm saying letter B should move from February to June 11th and then push everything out subsequent from that.
I mean, pushing everything 3 months, literally, right? So that's what you're talking about.
No,
No.
6 months.
6 months. We start
No, I mean-
on June 11th, the presentation of updated financial analysis for municipal building, police department, et cetera.
Now, you're saying to take the February 13th date and push that date back to June 11th?
That's
what I've been talking
what I
about.
was thinking.
That's what I've been,
I thought we were talking about the drop dead, the May 11th date, that's the final date. Push that back a month.
no. I'm talking, I said it an hour and a half ago, I think. Pushing February 13th, June 11th.
All right, we're asking right now 2 months extension. What I'm saying is 2 months is not enough. We should ask for additional 3. We should ask for 5. I know you're not.
You're asking for 6 months.
No,
All
you're
right.
asking for far more than that. If we go,
For a year.
you're asking for a year. If we're putting the February presentation date, push that back to June, then all these 4 or 5 months of actions that follow the February 13th date, then now will follow the June date.
That's how it works.
But wait, February 13th date, we already picked the site. We made the decision, right? 100%.
No, on February 13th
Is a presentation of the analysis.
is a presentation of the work that has been done, is being done, and will be done,
February 27th is the day that we named the
2
site
weeks.
or sites.
based upon the information that has been already obtained, being obtained, and will be obtained.
All right, I think we cannot make that decision. We will not be ready. And by 27th of February, that's what I'm thinking. And
So I have an amendment. Are we discussing the amendment, or are we not?
No, this hasn't, yes, you are discussing an amendment of the resolution. It's been moved and seconded, you're in the discussion phase, so you are considering an amendment to it. However, as I have previously said, on something as important of this, I think you gotta come to a consensus and not necessarily worry about who made the motion, who didn't make the motion, and you have to work through a reasonable schedule.
But now, it's the risk management, right? So we go to court, we tell them, look, we're not going to be ready, we think we're going to be ready by this date, which is June 11th, let's say, and the court said, no, June 11th is unacceptable, even February is unacceptable, let's be devil's advocate. Then we will have to discuss and let the public know, and now we're in this together, and every step that we're taking, public is aware and will be in the loop, and then we'll have to make a decision then. And unfortunately, I won't be here.
No, I think your decision will be made by the court by then.
Court will make the decision, then they will say yes or no. They will not make the decision right there. They will say, no, this is unacceptable. Then we'll come back to us. You come back to us and say, look.
And what does that translate to? Further delay.
It's
So that's why you have to give me direction, firm direction, so I can go to the court with a firm idea. And again, this is now a discussion between your lawyer and yourselves that should really be an executive session. You've chosen not to do that. However, I need firm direction from you. I've given you my best advice, but I'm going to go to the court with a plan, argue the merits of it, and then the court will tell me what it's willing to do or not do.
Okay.
So Albert,
I'm not going to have the ability to come back to you.
I'll get the calendar out. June 11th is the first date. If these things are already 2 weeks away, 2 weeks subsequent from every date, then just move it out 2 weeks from there. So June 11th, June 25th, and then jump to July, whatever it would be.
Well, they're worked around either around planned regular sessions. These are, I took the proposed Township Committee calendar for next year.
But as Greg said, that calendar has not been created yet. The reorg meeting is when we figure it out. So seeing how we can't do that until January, why don't we do this tonight, and the reorg committee meeting, they can say, you know what? We have the obligation to do this per this resolution.
The clerk has already discussed this and reviewed this with the administrator, and that is a judgment that that's the schedule that will be followed.
Yeah, while the schedule has not officially been set, presumably the meetings would be June 11th and June 25th if we stick to the second and fourth Thursday plan like we normally do.
Okay. Okay. So I'm saying move this 3 months. Make that February 27th date 3 months. Move it, push it out 3 more months so we have sufficient time. It may not be accepted. I got it.
You want 3 months or 4 months?
I want February 7th.
All right, we have one amendment on the floor here, I thought, right? Don't we discuss amendment at a time, with all due respect? The first amendment was B, changing February 13th to June 11th, changing C to June 25th, and then if you want me, I'll go through the calendar right now and figure out the dates, but the idea is everything falls back from there every 2 weeks.
Okay. So there's an amendment. Is there a second for that amendment?
I'll second the amendment.
Okay.
Now we discuss the amendment.
Now we discuss it. A roll call vote, please. Well, we discussed it. We didn't discuss it. With the new. Okay. All right. Let's discuss those dates.
You're discussing now the amendment, and then you would have a roll call vote on the amendment. And then we would translate that amendment into dates in the resolution, and then you would vote on the resolution.
Okay.
There's been
Let's discuss
a
the...
motion and a second to
now.
amend it
Let's-
to June 11th.
June 11th.
I just don't see how we can, I mean, I think when I first heard the kind of this good news of, well, we've had a couple of calls and we think we can extend it for 6 months, my anticipation of that was that, great, we have until June 1st, and not thinking of all of the things in between. So seeing this, this resolution with this time frame, again, thinking 6 months meant I've got to make a decision on June 1st, not February 13th. I don't think it's possible that we can get all of our professional services in and have time to discuss this with the public and have an analysis of this done. I understand the constraints that we're under. This is going to be our 4th continuation. And we're no closer than we were. I get it. I understand that. But I don't think in good faith that we can do anything on February 13th. I think that when I had the 6 months in my mind, it was 6 months was going to start June 1st. So I can't support February 13th. We simply won't have the information back to make any sort of credible decision. I know we're going to the well for the 4th time. And we may have to accept the consequences. But I can't say that we're going to be able to make a decision in a couple of weeks.
I think in deference to making sure that the people of Chatham Township know that we're working toward a solution that represents the best interests of these folks is what we owe them, Counselor. And for us,
He'll do what we
I
tell
know.
him to do.
And for us to be able to march in there on February 13th saying we have arrived at the best, or excuse me, the 27th, saying we have arrived at the best possible solution for all parties in Chatham Township doesn't seem
Okay.
possible.
I think we're getting somewhere here.
It's your decision.
Council, yes, it's our decision. And I'm hearing from Tracy, June timeframe is acceptable.
And that's what I thought
Okay.
it was going to be when we were talking about 6 months.
And that's why you seconded the motion. And there's a motion I hear from Karen is also June timeframe is acceptable. Am I correct? And I haven't heard exactly from you, Mike. What do you think?
I'm confused by the math when people say we're asking for a 6-month extension, but they're asking really for a decision 6 months, and then there's 4 months of activity outlined on this calendar to take us to the final compliance hearing. So if we're calling it 6 months, but it's really 10 months. And we're asking the court to do all of this without us scheduling any extra meetings or anything else on our end. I think that this is not the way to, not the way to go forward.
Okay, so you're concerned that...
I would think that, I don't know, Bob, on the fly, can you look at what you carefully figured as the sequence of events from February through May on this original calendar, and how much can that be compacted if we did a few extra meetings, and if we can condense 4 months into 2, and then we can push the decision back 2 months without asking for any extra time, and then if we ask for a June date as the final compliance hearing, then we pick up another month as well.
Yeah, I think you're missing the point, Mike. The idea here isn't how do we consolidate and squish it into a smaller time frame. We want the extended time frame. That's what we're saying. We want the additional time. We want to see what we can do in a shorter amount of period. We could have friggin' a meeting every night of the week if we wanted to and get it done, but that's not the point. We want the time to think about this more carefully and getting the input of the community.
That's fine. Yeah, okay. So,
I simply don't think that we're going to have the time to get our professionals to give us the estimates and to be able to digest it and to be able to look at the concepts and to be able to do any sort of analysis in this timeframe. So I guess my question would be, what's the worst that could happen if we went in with saying we need a true 6-month delay? We want to delay this from the start of the year to June 1st or June 11th or whatever we wanted to say in accordance with our meeting date, because we are facing these issues. What's the, they could say no, and they say thanks but no thanks, and you're subject to builder's remedy, we're going to pull your immunity.
No, I don't think the judge will pull the immunity, the temporary immunity right then and there. I think what he will say is, this is the schedule that I'm going to impose, and either you comply with that schedule or be ready at the end of that period to have a hearing on a compliance hearing, and whether or not you're constitutionally compliant.
You know,
I mean, this is not, I don't believe the judge will strip the municipality of its immunity on December 17th. I do believe that if you don't have a reasonable schedule for the judge, he will impose a schedule and say you either do these things before that date or come prepared instead of to prove you're constitutionally compliant.
Okay.
And lose your immunity.
Now, I think we have some consensus here, and I think Judge, in my opinion, Judge will understand, and we're serious, and we're making progress. We made progress, and I think if Judge doesn't
Again,
agree, we'll have an opportunity to discuss and see what can be done, and at that point where we are with the process. So at this point, I'm closing the discussion for the committee, and I'm calling for the roll call vote.
Okay, so you're calling, then...
We're calling June 11th, we're pushing every date, first date.
1B is June 11th.
Yes, 1B, February 13th as of right
And in
here.
order to avoid any confusion,
All right.
my recommendation would be is if that's going to be the case, because I need clear direction from you, that before you take a vote on it, that we adjust all of these dates.
Yes,
So
let's
the
do it.
clerk can then finalize the resolution,
Okay.
make it part of the record, and certify that this is what you voted on.
Sure.
And these are the
Having-
dates I came up with, and everyone can pull out their phones and look at
February
the
13th
calendars.
date is happening what, June 11th?
B would be June 11, C would be June 25,
Yep.
D would be June 29, E would be July 9, F is July 9, G July 10, H August 6, I is August 6th, and then J and K, whatever the weeks of March 30th.
No, there's something wrong. July 9th, you said E.
Mr. Ritter, you just can't push it back 2 weeks.
That's what that's how it's later right
No,
now.
you have to look at the calendar for the Township Committee and the Planning Board. So are these dates, if it's a Township Committee matter, the second and fourth Thursday? If it's a Planning
Yeah.
Board matter, the first and third
Everyone pull out their
Monday?
calendars, okay? I mean, it's a group decision here, right? Everyone else can,
If I may,
July
Yes,
9th
go
is a Thursday.
so
Can I-
July 16th
it.
is the proposed July meeting date. We usually meet once in July.
Well, we're at special meetings, right? July 9th is the second Thursday of July.
We can't decide for a special meeting right now, so that's.
Yeah.
Well, you're deciding.
That's next committee.
Exactly.
D has to be a planning board date.
So D would be July 6th, since
No,
planning
D
board
would have
meets
to be
in,
D would have to be in June. Oh, July 6th is the next planning board date?
yeah, after the township committee would have their June 25th meeting. The following planning board meeting would be July 6th.
So if you only have one meeting in July, why couldn't you have it on the 9th, which is the second Thursday, which all the public is used to, rather than having it on the third Thursday, which people aren't
We
used to?
could.
Exactly.
Okay,
So E would be July 9, F would be July 9, G would be July 10th, which is the Friday. H would be August 6th, which is the first Thursday of August.
well, if we're gonna go for the second and fourth, then we'd go for August 13th. if we want to stick with the second Thursday rather than go for the August 20th that we're originally looking at for the schedule?
I was just trying to be trying to do it close to what we had it originally. March 13th and August 9th were a lot closer than July 10th and August 13th, but whatever.
So wait, let's go back to E, because March 12th, April, so
E would be July 9, F is July 9,
July 9.
G, July 10, H would be proposed was August 6th, but Greg says the 13th is the second
Well,
Thursday.
rather than going with the first Thursday, stick with the second
Yeah, 13th.
Thursday.
August 13th would be line H and line I.
The only issue that I run into with August is the August 13th timeframe is that there's a lot of people on vacation.
So thus we
But
could
this is
go,
already on everybody's radar, you know what?
Yeah,
And
sure.
we are.
You have 8
we
months
are
to talk
giving
about it.
people
I'm sure.
a long purview to
That's
make
right.
sure that they get their opinions formulated.
We can
and
put
get-
this,
And
yeah.
get with us with their feelings.
Yeah.
So that means that J would be during the week of September.
no, J is, was earlier.
J is something for the court.
Court
It
to
is
say,
a
yeah.
scheduling. The court, what that means is that during the week of this, as scheduled, as stated here, during the week of March 30th, the court would
Decide.
select the compliance hearing date, and then it would be scheduled during the week of May 11th, as stated here, depending upon the court's schedule. It just gives enough time for notice. So the period between I and J is a 45-day period because that allows for the appropriate notice in the newspapers and to be served.
Okay.
Well, then, I'm fine with the schedule.
All right, so now we have this schedule.
So would J and
You gonna
K
read
stay
it
the
or
same,
not?
or are
No,
they
no,
changing?
they won't stay the same. They have to be, we have to be completed, but they would not stay the same because you would do whatever I is, it would be, J would be 45 days after that. I'm
Alright.
sorry, no, J would be,
Before,
Has
it's
to be
prior.
Prior.
yes.
All right, so
All right,
it's J minus 45D.
Because tentatively in my notes, I had picked the week of July 27th and week of September 14th. I defer to council if those dates are legally sufficient, or if they
What did you
even make
pick?
sense.
How many days in between?
Let's see, July.
It's a 30-day minimum notice. I allow for a little bit of time to put the notice in the newspaper and do the mailings.
So you said there has to be at least 45 days?
40 days can be fine too, but it just, there
Well,
has to be,
These dates give enough time in between, so from July 27th, 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, 42, 49 days. September 7th, which is Labor Day, would be a little bit less, but I don't know what court schedules are like that week.
they're busy.
No,
Put it in, the court,
It has to be from August 13th.
Those days, the compliance hearing is going to be, you can only make a suggestion. The court will set it when its calendar is available.
Okay, so we got it. So August 13th is the
Designation.
I. After I, we don't control it anyway. So after I, it will be court.
Yeah, but you want to put a date when you think the compliance hearing should be done, so you're ready for it.
Okay, during the week of September 30th.
All right, so if the clerk would repeat those dates?
So September 30th, is that for K?
That's for the last one, yes.
That's for
For 30th?
K would be the compliance hearing during the week of September 30th.
And then,
That's a Wednesday, do you mean?
Said week off, September.
So-
September 28th.
the 28th?
September 28th.
Yeah, week off, yeah.
Scheduling a notice of compliance hearing.
Isn't that supposed to be 45 days out of August 13, or no? Or did I miss you what you're saying?
It can be, it has to be a minimum of 30 days.
Good, that's it. That's it.
You can,
That's fine,
I
that's fine.
put in a little cushion.
I hear you,
Sure,
Albert.
sure. 40 is fine.
All good.
Okay. So the dates, December 19th for A remains the same. Then we have June 11, June 25, July 6, July 9, July 9.
Don't go so fast. What's D?
D is,
June 29.
29.
June 29, E is July 9.
But those are the
No.
dates that you just added.
so A remains
Mathematically,
December
you can
19th. B changes to June 11.
Okay,
C, June 25th. D, July 6.
okay,
E, July 9. F, July 9.
okay.
G, July 10. H, August 13th. I, August 13th.
Hold on a second. H is August 13.
Yeah.
What is I?
Also July 13th. Then judging by the discussion, it sounds like you want J to be the week of
28th.
August 13th?
No,
September
that's
28th.
going to be the following week. Whatever the following week is after
so-
July 13th. What is the week
The
of?
17th, the 17th is that Monday.
So the week of July 17th.
No.
That would be August 17th is, or
No,
we're going back to July?
that can be July 17th during that week because that's really what would that anticipate as a conference with the judge. Then he sets, if he's available during the week of July 17th, he will set the compliance hearing date. And that should be, as based upon what we just discussed, 40 days after July 17th.
July 17th is a Friday.
Yeah.
Well, what is the, after July 13th, what is the following Monday?
July 20.
Okay, then J is July 20.
No, you need all how could,
No, that's true, because you go backwards.
that's right. That's right, it was August 13th, how did that?
The Aprils and Aprils turn
Is that
into
right? Okay.
August, and then the March turns back into July. Unless the
March should be June.
March shouldn't be June. Should J actually read March?
And this should be July. It should be July.
On our list as it exists now.
I-
On this schedule as it exists now, on this proposed resolution as it exists now, on page 4, should that March 30th week actually be March 30th week? Because that's prior to April. Only on this list, it's after April. So maybe we'd actually,
Now, as I said, J and K are, the court is going to, that is just a suggestion to the court when they'll look to see that you've done all the other things, and then during that week, they will say, the court will say, yes, have a hearing on.
Why don't we say TBD by court, let's say?
Can you just tell us what those dates would be?
I don't know.
It's up to the court.
So
So we
can
can
we
just
say
throw out July 20 and they can figure out one way or the other.
Correct.
July
That's what it does. It's a
Yep.
suggestion, and the court will adjust it.
Exactly.
And then does September 14th, the week after Labor Day, work for K?
compliance hearing?
What?
For the compliance hearing, aiming for September 14th, which is the week after
Again,
Labor
the
Day?
court, that's
It's up
just
to
a
the court.
suggestion.
It's a
That's fine.
placeholder.
We can, yes.
Figure it out themselves.
All right.
14th.
No,
All right, now, someone said that that J was August 13th, and that I should also be August 13th, is that correct?
Yes, I mean, it was, both were April 9th before, so.
Okay.
Yep,
And then J is the week of July 20th, and K is the week of what?
September 14th.
all right.
Everybody's in agreement with that?
No,
we'll
I don't
find
know,
out.
we'll see.
Find out the roll call.
All right, roll call,
Okay.
please.
So, we're voting to amend the draft. Mrs. Ness,
Yes.
Mrs. Schwartz,
yes.
Mr. Ritter,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kelly,
Yes.
Mayor Shalin.
Yes. We got it. Excellent, thank you. And now we got through 1/3 of the agenda. You're not staying with the rest of? You should stay for the rest of it. Okay, all right, next item on the agenda is the consent agenda, routine items that may be passed by a single roll call vote Any committee members may call for a separate discussion or vote on any item. Now, Greg, please read the
Resolution
resolutions.
2019-218, payment of bills, 219, receipt of reports, 220, approving meeting minutes, 221, approving executive session minutes, 222, releasing escrow balances, 223, refunding overpayment of taxes, 224, awarding IT contract, 225, authorizing notice to bidders for alum tank, 226, authorizing grant application for Fairmount Sidewalk Extension, 227, regarding tax sale, and 228, authorizing municipal alliance grant application.
Can I just make a comment on 2019-226, please, regarding the grant application? I think it's noble that we're going back out there and asking for more money, but I will also note that this was an overreach on expecting the township taxpayers to pay for at least half of this project when we went in knowing full well that it was going to cost us about twice what we were expected to be given. So I didn't vote for it at the outset. We have no choice, in my opinion, but to vote for asking for more money because we went out there looking at a sidewalk that was going to cost twice as much as what we were going to get in a grant.
Okay, Greg.
So moved. You heard you read them already.
Second.
Any discussions? Roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Ness?
Yes.
Mrs. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Ritter?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Salin?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And the next item on the agenda is there are 4 ordinances of the final for the final adoption. So the first one is the ordinance 2019-19 Fairmount Commons Overlay Zone.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
just 2 things. One, I'll give a brief explanation, and then the timing request. You just agreed to have a special meeting next Thursday, December 19th, for the purposes of continuing the public hearing on this ordinance. Because this ordinance was to be considered by the planning board on December 2nd, but that was an inclement weather snow day, and that planning board hearing was canceled. So what this does, it allows the planning board to consider this ordinance for a master planning consistency review on December 16th, and then you have the ability to vote on it on December the 19th.
So this is an introduction.
No, this is a public hearing with carrying the public hearing and the vote to December 19th at 7:30.
It was already introduced at the last meeting.
Right, it was already introduced. So that's just simply a scheduling, that the schedule was shifted because the planning board had to cancel its meeting because of the weather. Okay, and the planning board has to have an opportunity to review this ordinance for master plan and consistency.
Okay.
And that is the same explanation for the development fee ordinance. So that's why you're having a special meeting on the 19th. December 19th, 2019 at 7:30 in the evening to continue the public comment and consider those ordinances for a vote after the planning board has performed its review. The overlay zone is required by the settlement agreement. It's specifically identified in the settlement agreement. And an overlay zone simply is an option that sits on top of the property and that property owner may or may not elect that to utilize that overlay zone. This goes to the unmet need portion of the affordable housing settlement. I have spoken with the owner of this property, and I believe some of the township committee members have I've also spoken with the owner, and the owner has no objection to this ordinance.
Okay, great. I'm going to open up the public comments here, but opening something for public comments at 11:50 p.m. doesn't help the public. So a lot of people left already, but I'm opening this to the public comments right now, and I think we're going to leave it open for the next meeting.
Right, you're going to continue it to the next meeting, and I keep on repeating continuation of December 19th, 2019 at 7:30 p.m. because that is the only notice that the public is going to get about this ordinance other than the agenda being sent to the newspaper and posted on the bulletin boards, but there will be no further formal notice on either of these two ordinances.
Okay.
I'll be
It'll
sitting at
hopefully
that,
on social media, we can,
we'll be
Call
taking
people,
care of
go
that
door to
tomorrow.
door.
You
You know,
wanna
for sake of
read the
transparency, if anybody's watching at home, we're having a meeting on December 19th to
So that will,
rediscuss this.
this is not your last meeting then?
Apparently it is.
so I can still give my speech, good.
We get to do it all over again.
Take back the place. I'm your mayor.
I've got one of those now
Few
too.
more- few more meetings. All right. Okay,
Oh,
now,
my
you want to
goodness.
read the ordinance, the heading?
Can vote on it when we leave the meeting anyway. Ordinance of the Township Committee establishing an inclusionary affordable housing overlay zone in the PI-1 Professional Institutional District and amending Chapter 30 titled Land Development, Article 7 titled Zoning Regulations applicable to Block 128, Lot 9, located at 466 Southern Boulevard, to address a portion of the Township of Chatham's third round affordable housing obligations.
Thank
And
you.
you've already opened the public hearing and closed it for the evening, so we can move on to the next item.
Next item.
Well, is there anybody that wants to speak?
No, that's what I was going to ask. Do we have anyone
Rich?
from the public to make comments on this?
Oh,
Okay,
next one, okay.
Then close the
You
ordinance.
got 9 minutes.
All right. Next item on the agenda is ordinance to
No, you got to vote on that.
we don't vote, we just say.
No. I'm sorry, you're correct. You're correct. Yes, you vote at the next
I
meeting.
got it right. All right. Ordinance 2019-20, payment in lieu of taxes, ordinance for Arbor Green at Chatham. All right, Greg, you want to read the ordinance? I mean, the heading of the ordinance?
Approving the long-term tax exemption application and authorizing the mayor and township clerk to execute a financial agreement by and between the Township of Chatham and Southern Boulevard Urban Renewal LLC pursuant to NJSA 40A:20-1, its sequence, for property located at 405 Southern Boulevard, also known as portion of Lot 117.27 and Block 48.16, as shown on the official tax map of the Township of Chatham, located in the skate park redevelopment area.
Okay. Anything you would like to, yes, Bob?
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This ordinance is the pilot agreement with the developer for the Arbor Green project, which is our 100% affordable housing development of 24 units. There was an overview that was provided at the November 14th Township Committee meeting. Basically, this is a pilot for a payment in lieu of taxes. It's based on 6.28% of the annual revenues, which is based on the rent that would be accepted from that property, and the projected pilot payment to the township for the services that are provided there would be $17,000 a year, and then $900 would go to the county.
Thank you. Opening this ordinance to the public discussion.
And
Anyone
it
from the
should,
public?
it should be noted, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, that this is a 30-year pilot and that the payments to the township and to the county would go up in succeeding years.
All right. Yes, Mr. Metlaga, please introduce yourself.
Richard Matlaga, 36 Dale Drive. What did I have, 7 minutes?
Unless there's someone else, you're going to cut it short.
The $17,000 comes to the town, it covers the sewer charge and all of that. So the township will be committing money to the project. You've also talked earlier this evening about that the developer back there will get grants and things like that.
No, you're confusing apples and oranges, okay?
Well, what I'm trying to do, I'll tell you what,
Yes,
I'll tell
let-
you
let
what
him
my
finish the
question
comment.
is, and
Yes,
then,
please.
we can make it short. When will we know what the annual town contribution is,
No,
or the
you're-
cost
you're
for
still-
this?
You're-
Because we've heard 2 million, 4 million, and we heard all kinds of crazy numbers.
No, this is
It's zero.
only for the skate park.
This, right, affordable housing, but it's a
All right,
30-year.
let council answer that question, and Mr. Metlaia,
Okay.
yes, go ahead.
The benefit to this development is that this developer is not relying upon tax credits, is self-funding or obtaining the financing for this development themselves. So this developer is obtaining the necessary financing, putting in the necessary equity to have the development approved, which it has been, designed, approved, constructed, and operated. So, but this development, the sole subsidy or contribution of the municipality is the land. Okay? There is no, and the pilot payments and the pilot program. There is nothing else beyond that. The developer is then fully funding the remainder of this construction.
Okay. And then at the end of 30 years, the deal's over.
At the end of 30 years, the pilot is over, and the affordability controls are over, and over that 30-year period, there is that 6.8% increases depending upon the schedule that's consistent with law.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I see no one else is coming. I'm closing the floor to the public, and, all right, so
Is there a motion in a second?
Is there a motion and do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second, anyone? Second. Committee discussion? None? Roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Ness?
Yes.
Mrs. Swartz?
Yes.
Mr. Ritter? Yes. Deputy Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Sullivan?
Yes. All right, thank you. And the next ordinance, wait a second, we have 2 minutes left. Do I have I think I have do I have a motion to continue?
No, let's just deal with the ordinance
Just go-
and
go-
get
go
go.
down-
going
go
here.
do that, okay.
Let's just get through it, please.
All right. Okay, the ordinance 2019-21, establishing police chaplain. Bob, actually, no. Greg, you want to read the ordinance with head?
It's an ordinance to have a police chaplain. It couldn't be any simpler than that.
The police chaplain, under law, if you want to have a chaplain as part of the police department, you have to have an ordinance. That's what the law provides. The appointment would be by the Township Committee based upon the recommendation of the police chief, and the chaplain works within the police department structure.
It's titled Ordinance Adding Article 3, titled Departments Established, Section 2-11, titled Police Department, subsection 2-11.17, titled Police Chaplain of the Revised General Ordinances of the Township of Chatham to allow for a police chaplain.
Great. Do I have a motion to adopt this ordinance? Anyone, second it?
Second.
Wait, the committee discussion. Right,
Yes, I would like to say, number one, that in subsection 2-11.17A, this calls for the position or positions, correct? So the township committee, at the request of the police chief, can actually have a chaplain representing one faith and another chaplain representing another faith and so on, correct?
Yes, there can be,
Yes,
yes.
okay, good. So that allows for more than one chaplain should the needs of our police force or community require it. Secondly, I find that this is an absolute craziness when it comes to the separation of church and state. So I can't understand why the state is coming to Chatham Township saying in order to appoint a police chaplain, you have to have an ordinance on the books.
Okay.
And for sake of formalities, Mr. Mehmet Laga, anything to say on this one?
Wait. Why, you became the mayor now?
Let's go.
Okay.
All right, roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Ness?
Yes.
Mrs. Swartz?
Yes.
Mr. Ritter? Yes. Deputy Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Sullivan?
Yes.
Motion to adjourn?
No?
No, well, one more.
Development fee.
We got development.
Oh,
fee.
right, yeah.
Ordinance 2019-22, development fee ordinance. And Greg, would you like to read the heading, please? I know you wouldn't like to do it, but.
Ordinance of the Township of Chatham County, Morris, State of New Jersey, amending Chapter 29 titled Affordable Housing of the Revised General Ordinances to add a new subsection 29-2 titled Development Fees.
Great. Any of you would like to say anything?
Public comment first, I think.
Oh, first, public comments. Yes, please. Mr. Medlaga. Please introduce yourself.
Richard
We should not
Matlaga,
know
you know where this is
38
going.
Dale Drive. I can tell you.
I have a question, a point of order. I'm looking at Resolution 2019 003, adopting rules and order of business of the Township Committee. Article 2, meetings, Section 8, no new business will be considered after 11 p.m. This rule may be waived by an affirmative vote of a majority of the Township Committee members then present. You didn't do that tonight. In all instances, and that ends with a period, in all instances, Township Committee meetings will adjourn no later than 12 a.m. midnight. You're adjourned.
We just
No,
had this,
no,
we
no.
just, okay, go ahead.
Pardon?
Go ahead.
Is there a motion to extend the?
You can't do that. It doesn't say that. I'm just looking at,
Is there a motion to extend the meeting past midnight? Is there a second? Okay.
All in favor? Aye, okay.
so you're overruling your rules. The rules don't mean anything that you adopted at the reorganization meeting. That is disappointing, and that's why there's no people out here.
Mr. Matlaga, it's your questions that are actually taking these last 2 minutes. We could have finished by midnight.
That is rude on your part.
That,
I'm insulted.
no,
All right,
no,
this,
there's,
all right,
please,
this is for this ordinance, as though, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe there's anybody else at the public that would like to make a comment.
all right, so I'm closing floor to the public discussion on this. And do I have a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Anyone would like to second it?
No, we're not going to adopt this one.
I'm sorry, we're just gonna do a public hearing. I'm sorry, we're just gonna do public. This is gonna continue the next. Yeah.
Continue this on December at 7:30.
It's the same deal as the ordinance before.
Thank you. And now we're done, right? Now, the hearing of citizens. Now we have hearing of citizens. Anyone would like to make any comments on anything other than the ordinances? Okay. I see no one is making a comment. Then do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm not. Let's adjourn. Let's have fun.
Well, wasn't that fun for you? Wasn't that a kid?